ebeqeshwe ku-provincial commissioner.
As a fellow general, did you not feel that you owed it to him to speak to him, to ask him how he felt, and ask him whether in the circumstances was it wise to have him continue as the overall commander?
Generaal Mpembe is reeds in 2001 is hy op sy huidige rangvlak aangestel.
Commissioner, Chairperson General Mpembe was already appointed to his present rank in the year 2001.
Ubuzo ukuba ubuke wacinga na ukumbuza uba yena ucinga ukuba kunokuba kuphephile na ukuba makabe esekhona apha kule ndawo na njengoba imeko inje. Uthi kodwa ke lo mfo yena wayesele appointwe kule meko akuyo libi ngaphezulu kwayakhe kuthetha uba ebesele eqashiwe kule meko ebekuyo engaphezulu kwakhe.
Hy's 'n ervare offisier en ek het reeds aangedui ek is nie sy bevelvoerder nie.
He's an experienced officer and as I have mentioned, I am not his commander.
Uthi besele nditshilo nokokuba ke ebengumuntu onawo amava andiyicinganga into okokuba noko ndiyanyanzeleka ukuba mandibe ndithetha ngolu hlobo okanye ngalo mba naye.
Do you remember what the question was, General?
Uthi uyawukhumbula na umbuzo uba ubusithini?
Voorsitter, nee, ek het dit nie met hom bespreek nie. Hy het wel aan my meegedeel.
I did not talk to him, Chairperson, although he said to me.
Die oorwegings wat hy geneem het, toe hy die besluit geneem het dat die groep voortgaan toe hulle opgestaan het.
The consideration he considered that the group should proceed.
Uthi ke
May I appeal to you, General, so that we can get on, that you merely answer the question? No, I did not do what you are asking me.
Mr. Bezos is entitled to qualify and explain his answer.
No, but we first answer the question and then you can qualify it, Mr. Chairman. I am trying to get some progress without long speeches from this witness.
I don't think it's fair to say that he's been making long speeches. Some of his answers have been long, but he obviously considered it necessary to say what he said in order to explain his answer. But I'm sure he'll bear in mind what you said.
Threatening to kill a commander you've told us was a very serious police transgression. Did you take any steps to exclude from the force those members who made the threat as because they would be, because, what is the word that you used, that they were, what is it?
Don't ask me.
They were upset. Emotional.
Traumatized would probably be a good word. I'm not sure that's the word used, but having gone through this experience, not only having expressed these views about their commanding officer, but having seen the hacking to death of their colleagues, one would have expected them to be emotionally traumatized. I think that's the word you're looking for. Is that right?
Did it occur to you that these emotionally traumatized people were not fit and proper people to have guns facing a hostile crowd?
Uyambuza ba njengokuba lama lungu ebenezo zohoriso zinjalo zimbi kakhulu kumuntu noko obongameleyo kakhulu le into ethi kuhle ukuba makathi ukuthethana nabo mhlawumbe ukuzama ubacebisa ngoba ingasisenzo esiyibi kumalungu la abangawo bona.
Voorsitter, ek het reeds verduidelik dat die situasie gerapporteer was aan die provinsiale kommissaris.
I
Daar is
have-
nie 'n verwagting op my.
Already mentioned, Mr. Chairperson, that the situation was reported to the provincial commissioner. It wasn't.
Do you know whether the people who were involved on the 13th, the members of the service involved on the 13th, whether they were in fact seen and took part in what happened, the operations on the 16th, or had they been removed to receive counselling and so on to enable them to deal with the experience that they'd undergone? Or is it something that you don't know about?
Voorsitter, ek weet dat daar deur ons EHW, Employee Health and Wellness mense, dat hulle 'n berading gedoen het aan die lede. Ek weet nie eers wie is die lede wat na bewering gedreig het dat hulle generaal Mpembe sou skiet nie, en ek is ook nie bewus wie van die lede op die 13de in getalle of by name was op die 16de ontplooi nie.
Mr. Chairperson, what I do know is that some of those people were subjected to our EAP.
EHW,
Health Wellness.
Employee Health and Wellness.
Employer Health and Wellness
EHW.
Program. I do not know how many of them, or if any, were involved on the 16th. I do not also know who directly those members were that were issuing this threat.
I don't know whether the
Buzo othi kwabakho uthethathethwano nababantu na bebenze isigrogriso esi ngalo general nonyathelo bathi bazawulithatha okanye luzawuthathwa. Into ayaziyo ke ukuba kwathethwa nabo abo bantu bebethethe ezo zinto ezokokuba uzawudutyulwa lo general, kwathethwa nabo ngohlobo lokuzama ukubanceda. And bebuzwe nokokuba ke kukho unyathelo obulithathile na ngaba bantu okanye ububazi kakuhle na ukuba ngabaphi kanye aba bantu benze eso sigrogriso na.
I don't know whether fit and proper is necessarily the correct word, but if I may ask your opinion, do you think it would have been desirable to have employed or deployed those who were involved in the events, most of the service, involved in the events of the 13th, at the scene on the 16th? Or was there a danger that they might be induced as a result of the experiences of the 13th to go beyond what is appropriate, possibly to exact revenge for what had happened?
Voorsitter, dit is vir my bitter moeilik om opinie te lig, behalwe
It's difficult for me to give an opinion here, Mr. Chairperson.
dat terapeute wie sou die ontlonting gedoen het,
They would have been subjected to therapy.
hulle sou waarskynlik sou hulle 'n aanduiding gegee het as daar individue is wat hulle sodanig gevoel het.
Therapists would have been able to give an opinion as to whether they were suitable to take part or not.
Uzwe uba ke ngoku bekukho kwakuthethathethwano naba bantu. Okanye kanye kubekho ingcinga ethi kuhle ukuba make kuthethwe naba bantu ukuze bafaneleke ukuba kule ndawo. Kungenjalo umbuzo njengoba ubusithi ibike yakho ingcinga nayo ukuba mabasuswe apha ngoba abafanelekanga uba bangalapha kule ndawo. Uthi ke ngoku enye ke indlela yokubanceda naba bantu ibineyoba ibe yileyo yokuba makuthethwe nabo ngabantu abanolwazi nabasemagunyeni okuthetha nabo ngokunceda ingqondo yabo.
So ek sou dink dat ou swaar leen op die sodanige aanbeveling van 'n geskikte terapeut.
It would have leaned heavily on the advice given by such therapists.
Nayo loo nto ke yolo thethathethwano ke ngaba bengqondo ibiyawuba ixhomekeke kubo kanye uba bona bangayisebenza njani okanye bangayiphatha njani kunye naba bantu benza isigrogriso into efana naleyo.
Voorsitter, maar dan die aard van polisieering is ook sodanig dat partykeer het mense nie die leksheid om heeltemal te onttrek uit polisieering uit na so 'n voorval nie.
But I must also say that it's difficult to just easily remove such people from such kind of exercises.
Ngokwengcinga yakhe ke ibinoba into elikhuni ke eyokokuba kuske kusukwe nje kuthiwe mabasuswe babe sele besuswa aba bantu kule ndawo imeko ingolo hlobo ibilulo.
How many JOC meetings were held from the time that you heard about this threat to the time that the last JOC meeting took place? How many JOC meetings were there between the 13th and the 16th?
Ek is seker die advokaat verwys na JOCOM vergaderings, ons hou nie JOC vergaderings nie.
I take it council refers to JOCOM meetings, not JOC meetings. We didn't have JOC meetings.
Okay, it's the centre, JOCCOM is the committee. So it's a matter of terminology. JOC is just the Joint Operations Centre,
Yes.
and JOCCOM is the Joint Operations
Yes.
Centre committee.
Yes, the
That's-
committee.
yeah.
How many meetings of the committee were there during this period?
Voorsitter, ek het verneem dat daar een was op die 14de wat ek nie by teenwoordig was nie.
I was told there was one on the 14th in which I wasn't present, Chairperson.
Umbuzo busithi ke bezingaphi ii-meetings eJOCOM ezathi zaphathwa ke ngelo xesha uthi akaqinisekanga.
En dan self het ek voorgesit op die 15de en die
I
16de 6 uur die oggende.
Personally was in the 15th, the 16th in the morning.
Yena wayebekho kuzo nge-15 nange-16 kusasa ngexesha
How many
lakusasa.
briefings were there during that period?
Voorsitter, dis moeilik. Briefings sluit ook in as beraders toegespreek word, die briefing wat Luitenant-Kolonel Scott gaan gee het, en dan ook die nabetrachtings op die 15de die aand en die
To say how many briefings were there, Lieutenant Scott was holding them, and also in hindsight, after what had happened, there were briefings.
maar in die JOC was daar dan die 14de die aand, was daar
But in the
nabetrachting,
JOC
en die
was-
15de was daar nabetrachting.
One on the 14th, and on the 15th, there was one in hindsight.
Iintlanganiso ezathi zabakhona ke zayo le JOCOM uzixelile uba bezigaphi yeyiphi ebikhona kwaphinda kwabakho nenye.
Was the National Commissioner present at any of the briefings that you, as the head of JOC, attended? Was she present?
Voorsitter, ek gaan net weer verduidelik, ek was nie die hoof van die GOS nie.
I'll have to explain again that I was not the head of the JOC.
Umbuzo
Ek het dit al telkens daarna verwys dat ek nie die hoof was van die JOC nie.
Mentioned several times that I was not the head of this.
umbuzo othi ke ebekhona na u-National Commissioner kwii-meetings ezi uthi yena ebengongamelanga likhona iqela okanye indawo ebingeyakhe ephethwe nguye njengoba selitshilo naphambili.
Die hoof van die JOC, sogenaamd word verwys na die C-JOC commander, dit is die verhoofse bevelvoerder.
Head of the JOC, as I've mentioned, the C commander is
Obeyintloko yayo iJOC leyo njengoba ebesele
the head
etshilo
commander,
Overall commander.
and the overall commander.
ngoba besele etshilo ke ibingulo oyi-C commander okanye ngoku uthi ke lo oyikomanda eyongameleyo.
Die nasionale kommissaris was nie teenwoordig tydens enige JOCOM vergadering nie.
The national commissioner was not present in any of these JOCOM meetings.
I asked you about the provincial commissioner. I'm sorry if I made a mistake. I want to know just a
Last time I
simple.
corrected you. Last time I corrected you. I'm sorry I didn't do it this time.
Yes. I want a simple answer, not the titles and everything else. Was the provincial commissioner at any meeting which you attended or not?
Mbuzo uthi ke u-provincial commissioner uke waba khona yena nakuyiphi na i-meeting owathi nawe ngokwakho wabe ukho kuyo na?
Voorsitter, die provinsiale commissaris was teenwoordig op die maandag aand.
The provincial commissioner was present, Chairperson, the Monday evening.
Provincial commissioner ebekhona ngokuhlwa kwangomvulo.
Sonder om na enige titels van enige vergadering te verwys, sal ek dan enige
Without referring to
sodanige byeenkoms wat sy
any
teenwoordig was na
titles,
verwys.
I would refer to any of the gatherings in which she was present.
Sy was teenwoordig tydens 3 geleenthede op die maandag aand, soos daar reeds na verwys was in getuienis.
3 occasions on Monday evening, which has already been referred to in the evidence before.
Wayekhona kwezinye inhlanganiso kungosuku lwangomivulo uza kuthetha lonto yodwa nje qha ngaphandle kokuba makabe phinde thetha ngenda irank.
Die eerste een was 'n toeligting aan die nasionale kommissaris.
The first one was a brief to the national commissioner.
Eyokuqala ke ibi meeting apho bekusenziwa ingxelo khona ku national commissioner.
Die tweede was 'n samespreking tussen Lonmin bestuur en polisie bestuur.
The second one was a discussion between management of Lonmin and the SAPS.
Was the
SAPS
Sorry,
SAPS
one
management.
Eyesibini ke ibi inhlanganiso apho bekudityenwe nabaphathi baselonmin.
Voorsitter, as ek kan voortgaan.
If I could proceed, Mr. Chairperson.
Die derde een was 'n vergadering die aand tussen polisie,
Third was a meeting in the evening between the police
bestuur.
police management.
Yesithathu ke yaba kulapho bekukho inhlanganiso khona kudityenwe khona nabaphathi bamapolisa kusenziwa ingxelo nalapho.
Dan was hy teenwoordig tydens die sogenaamde special JOCOM vergadering op die 16de.
And then she was again present in the so-called JOCOM, special JOCOM meeting on the 16th.
Waphinda waba khona kwi-meeting eyayingeye JOCOM nge-16.
the provincial commissioner at any of those meetings raised the question that you had on the matter that you had reported to her, that that general member's life was in danger? Did she mention it at any of those meetings?
Voorsitter, korreksie, ek het dit nie aan die provinsiale kommissaris gerapporteer nie. Ek het gemeld in my getuienis dat luitenant-kolonel Vermaak aan my meegedeel het, soos ook in sy verklaring vermeld, dat hy dit telefonies aan die provinsiale kommissaris gerapporteer het.
Let me correct this, that I am not the person who personally reported to the provincial commissioner, but it was Colonel.
Statement that Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak's statement that he reported to the provincial commissioner.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And the witness was then told by Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak that he'd reported to the provincial commissioner. He himself, the witness, hadn't reported to her, but he accepted.
I'll change the question, but I would still ask for an answer. Did the commissioner mention? I beg your pardon. Did
Provincial
the
commissioner.
provincial commissioner mention the problem at any of the meetings that you have spoken to us about?
Ek aanvaar die probleem is die dreigement deur die lede teenoor die lewe van generaal Mpembe.
Did she mention that we have a problem with the overall commander? What are we going to do about it? Did she mention it at all?
Voorsitter, nie sover ek kan onthou op die vergaderings wat ek teenwoordig was nie.
Not in the meetings, I don't remember specifically in the meetings that I attended, Mr. Chair.
Uthi ke akanalwazi lokokuba ucommissioner lo weprovince ebeyithethile nalento yena ebethe wayitsho okanye wayikhankanya kwabanye abaphathi leyo kokuba ubomi buka Mpembe busengciphekweni. Kodwa ke uthi akayithethanga nzulu ayilande yonke.
I am going to insist, General, on affirmative or negative answer. Are you asking the Commission to believe that it may have been a matter which may have been mentioned, but that you have forgotten about it? Is that what you are saying?
No.
Yes or no?
I understood him to say it was not mentioned at the meetings he attended, unless I misheard, but that's...
Added, as far as I can remember, Mr. Chairman.
Voorsitter,
U het nou die vraag gehoor, wat is die antwoord daarop?
Voorsitter, ek het reeds in my getuienis gesê dat van hierdie vergadering soos met Lonmin was ek nie die hele tyd teenwoordig nie. Ek het gesê terwyl ek teenwoordig was,
Uthi ke
so 'n
lesele-
vermelding gemaak nie.
I said, Mr. Chairperson, that the meetings with Lonmin and all, I wasn't present all the time.
Uthi yena
This was not
beselethile
said whilst I was present.
uba ebengekho kuzo zonke inhlanganiso ezathi zabakhona njengale ebeke wayikhankanya eyaselonmin akabangakho kuyo lonke ixesha lokuqhutywa kwayo lo meeting.
May I just inquire whether this matter, the threat to General Mpembe, is the sort of matter that would be on the agenda of any of these meetings that you've referred to?
Commissaris, nie op die agenda nie. Ek dink dit is iets wat pertinent stappe wat potensieel geneem kan word deur die provinsiale commissaris,
Not
maar
on
om dit
the
te skei.
agendas, but this would be separated. I think it would be something that would be dealt with by the provincial commission.
Umbuzo busithi lento ebithethekile esisigrogrizo besithethekile ngoyo uGeneral Mpembe lo ibingeyonto ebinokuba noko kuhle ukuba mayibekho ithethwe kwiintlanganiso ezikhoyo okanye ibekho ibe yenye yomeba ezawuthi ibhungo okanye kuthethwe ngayona.
Don't you think that the matter was of sufficient concern to all of you in leading positions that it ought to have been discussed?
Kuthiwa awucingi na wena ukuba lento ibithethekile esisigrogrizo ibifanele ukuba ibe yinto enokuxhalabisa kuni nonke.
Voorsitter, die provinsiale commissaris stel 'n oorhoofse bevelvoerder aan en die provinsiale commissaris het ook die reg om 'n oorhoofse bevelvoerder te vervang.
Chairperson, the provincial commissioner is the person who appoints the overall commander, and she is the person who has the right to remove that person.
Is it a matter...
Commissioner
interpret first into easy course and then I'll ask my question. Please, Mr. Boy, carry on interpreting into easy course.
Umbuzo lo othi ke ucommissioner lo yena ebengumuntu obenokusithatha na isigqibo uthi ngoyena umuntu ke lo befanele ukuba anganentetho okanye nomyalo awukhuphayo kwimeko efana nale yoba kwenziwe kubekho isigrogriso esifana nesi kuthethwa ngaso.
Was it a matter for the was it a matter for the JOCOM to consider? The provincial commissioner has appointed someone as the overall commander, who's, I take it, a member of the JOCOM. Is it a matter that you would expect the JOCOM to raise, discuss, and give attention to, as to whether the overall commander should be replaced or consideration should be given to replacing him? Or is that a matter simply between the provincial commissioner and the person whom she had appointed as overall commander?
Dit kan tweeledig wees. Dit kan obviously
Be twofold, Mr. Chairperson.
dat gegeewe dat die provinsiale commissaris sekerlik die persoon is wie haar bevelvoerders die beste ken, dat sy so 'n besluit sou neem en as sy dit nie neem nie, dat mens berus daarbey.
Person who knows his commanders well is the provincial commissioner, and the decision would have rested with her.
Lento ibifanele ukuba ibinokuthathelwa isigqibo kakuhle ngokupheleleyo ucommissioner lo weprovince ngoku ke lento ukuba ke ikuba yena ngokwakhe ebenokuthi abe nesigqibo abanaso ngoyena ke mntu obenalo igunya lokokuba anganesiyalo asikhuphayo ngaloo mba.
Maar as dit 'n pertinente bekommernis is, dan sal mens aanvaar dat lede van die JOCOM dat dit hulle sal opper en dit was nie geopper nie.
But if it was a pertinent worry, it would have been expected that the members of the JOCOM would raise it, but it wasn't.
Kodwa ke ukuba enyanisweni ibinto exhalabisa kakhulu ke le abona abantu beJOCOM ngabe bebefana ukuba bayasithatha isigqibo ngaloo mba.
Did you perhaps discuss it with any other senior member of the police force along the lines, haven't we got a problem here? If General Mbembe has been threatened with death, how can he possibly exercise any authority among the people that he was to command on the 16th? Surely, as a senior officer, never mind the formality of meetings or appointments, you, as a senior officer, did you discuss it with anybody? And did you express any fear that he may not be an effective commander for such an important event?
Uthi lento isigrogriso esiyinto ebifanele ukuba noko iyaxhalabisa iyalufaka uloyiko kumuntu wena ke ngokunokwakho njengokuba lo general lo ngenxa yesi sigrogriso ubenayo ingcinga ethi lo mfo akanakwazi nokuthi angawuqhuba kakuhle umsebenzi wakhe abe nemiyalo ayikhuphayo kwabo basebenza ngaphansi kwakhe ngoba le into yona yinto ibifanele ukuba nawe ngokunokwakho iyakukhathaza ube nento igalelo lenzayo lokokuba makungadeske kwenzeke into enokuthi kugcwaliseke ezi zigrogriso sababantu.
Voorsitter, ek het geen rede gehad om te glo dat hy nie geskik is om die taak te doen en ek het ook so 'n voorstel gemaak dat hy moet vervang word nie.
No reason, Mr. Chairperson, to believe that he would have been affected, and I did not make any such recommendation.
Uthi yena kukho nto athe wayenza okanye ngcebiso abe nayo yokokuba makuthathwe olibhunyathelo ngoba akakhange noko abe nentandabuzo uba uGeneral Mbembe lo angase angakwazi ukuqhuba kakuhle umsebenzi wakhe.
Now, we have the evidence of Mr. Joseph Matwanja on page, in Exhibit NN, paragraph 78, that Major General Mbembe advised him on the 16th of August, sometime after 13:30, outside of the JOC meeting, that he was no longer in charge of the operation. And that the provincial commissioner was in charge. On page 23 of his statement.
Voorsitter, ek het nie betrokke verklaring voor my nie, maar ek sal aanvaar wat meneer Pisos gesê het.
I don't have the statement in front of Mr. Chairperson, but I will accept what Advocate Pisos says.
Exhibit NN, and I have read from the statement.
Question based upon that passage you read to him.
If I can just get the specific paragraph, please, Chairperson.
78.
Voorsitter, ek kan kommentaar daarop lewer.
I can comment here on, Mr. Chairperson.
Before you comment, do you accept the correctness of the statement of the person or not?
Nee, dit is nie korrek nie.
Appropriate to
Voorsitter,
ask
ek
him
sal
if
daarop
he's
gewys.
able to do so. Was he present? This was a discussion, I think, from the passage you read outside the jock. If he wasn't present at the time, he won't know whether that statement of Mr. Matunja was correct or not. So mustn't you ask him that first?
I made the question. Have you any reason to doubt the veracity of the deponent of this statement? Have you any reason to doubt his credibility?
Credibility in general, or do you mean the credibility of this particular statement? Yeah, you mean accuracy, I think. You mean accuracy. What Council wants to know from you is, have you reason to think that that statement is in any way inaccurate?
Voorsitter, ja, ek dink nie dis korrek nie, twee redes.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, I don't think it's correct for two reasons.
13:30 is die tyd toe ons die spesiale JOCOM vergadering gehad het.
13:30, that was the time we had the special JOCOM meeting.
En die enigste tyd wat ek van bewus is wat beide die provinsiale kommissaris meneer Matunwa en generaal Mpembe saam teenwoordig was.
The only time I know that Mr. Matunja, the provincial commissioner, and General Mpembe were together
Was waarskynlik so tussen 11:15 die oggend en so net voor 12 op die oggend van die 16de.
just after 11, but before 12 on that particular day.
So maar ek sien meneer Matunwa sê hy is nie seker van die tyd nie. Ek wil net daarop wys dat
I
dit
see
onwaarskynlik is dat
Mr.
dit
Matunja.
13:30 was.
Mr. Matunja says he's not quite sure of the time here, but it is probably, it is not probable, it's improbable that it could have been at 13:30.
Uthi ke lento ithethwe apha kweli xwebhu baliphetheyo apha ayiyo sisiphosiso analo ke mna apha. Kodwa ke ngoba uthi yena ngoba ixesha likhona elibekiweyo phaya lithethwayo nedate yakhona yena ke lo mfo ebengekho ngelo xesha kuloo ndawo.
Dan sien ek in sy paragraaf 78 verwys hy net is 'n interaksie tussen homself en generaal Mpembe.
And I also see on the paragraph 78 that he only mentions the interaction, the discussion between himself and General Mpembe alone.
So ek kan nie getuig oor wat daar plaasgevind het nie, maar wel vroeër toe ons almal teenwoordig was saam.
Cannot give evidence about what happened there, but the time that we were all together,
Was generaal Mbombo voorgestel aan meneer Matunwa deur generaal majoor Mpembe.
General Mbombo was introduced to Mr. Matunja by General Mpembe.
En sy was voorgestel as synde die provinsiale kommissaris van die Noordwes provinsie te wees.
And she was introduced as the provincial commissioner of the Northwest province.
En daar was gemeld dat sy in beheer is van die provinsie van Noordwes.
And it was also mentioned that she is in charge of the province of the Northwest.
So in my teenwoordigheid was daar nie verwysing gemaak dat sy nou in beheer is van die operasie as die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
In my presence, no mention was made of the fact that she was now in charge of the operation that was taking place then.
En dan, ekskuus net laaste ding voorsitter en dan
En
sien ek word daar melding
lastly-
gemaak van 'n ANC torch-bearing ceremony.
I also see there's a mention of an ANC torch-bearing ceremony.
Ek weet dat tydens die spesiale JOCOM vergadering wat gehou was tussen 13:30 en 14:00
I also know that during the JOCOM meeting that was held during those times,
13:30 and 14 hours,
13:30 and 1400 hours,
het luitenant-generaal Mbombo haarself verskoon te wete dat sy vir luitenant Baloyi in die hospitaal wou gaan besoek.
General Mbombo excused herself because she wanted to go and see, to visit in hospital.
She visited Lieutenant Baloyi, who was injured in hospital.
Sorry, to visit Lieutenant Baloyi, who was lying injured in hospital.
Dis my kommentaar dan daarop.
That is my comment on this, Ms. Chairperson.
there were no, you've already told us that there were no private discussions among your colleagues about the position of Mr. Mpembe.
Voorsitter, as dit privaat besprekings was, dan was ek nie teenwoordig en bewus daarvan nie.
Chairperson, if it was private discussions in which I wasn't involved, I would know about it.
Uthi ke akanalwazi ngothethathethwano lwathi lwabakho obeluyimfihlelo akanawuyazi ke nento eyathethwayo kwimeko efana naleyo kanye kwindawo efana naleyo.
We know from the transcript in the meeting you and General Mpembe had with union leaders on the 15th, appearing in Exhibit G4, that Mpembe had very firm and strong views on how the operation should be conducted. You recall that?
Page are you referring to, Mr. Bison?
Page 675.
You'll understand this is part of the police hard drive. It's the debriefing by General Mpembe on the 15th of August. Firstly with NUM and then with the AMCU. And so the page number of the document is page 6, but the overall page number in the police hard drive is 675.
Voorsitter, as ek net asseblief die bewysstuknommer kan kry.
If I could just get
it's
the
G4.
number, Chairperson.
En dan net jammer die bladsy.
Page 6 of the document and 675 of the overall police hard drive.
Dankie, ek het dit.
Thank you, I've got it in Chairperson.
Line, are you referring to Mr. Bison?
Yes. Line 9.
Mr. Bezos, forgive me interrupting, but I think to be fair to the witness, and possibly to General Mpembe ultimately, it might be fairer if you start, I'm not suggesting you're being unfair, but just to keep with the whole picture. It might be fairer if you start a bit earlier. In fact, if I can make a few suggestions. The footer page 3, page 672, there's a statement there, line 29, which I think is Mr. Zokwana speaking. And he says, our feeling is that either those guys are disarmed or dispersed, as long as they continue to stay in that mountain, people are continuing to do their rallies. We've got comrades who are working at East Side, where we were today, and he goes on about how they're going to be their threats and they're going to be attacked and so on. And he says, what we are fearing of losing lives, disarm those guys. We're going to lose lives of innocent people staying in the hostel in Eastern Platts. And then, so he is asking for these people to be disarmed. As I read it, General Mpembe isn't happy with that suggestion, and he starts discussing it for the purposes that you're busy with at the moment, at the footer page 5, at 674, about line 26. Thanks. President, lastly, that it will be a process. This is a process, and I need to communicate. You said to us, the members, they are inaudible. Now, I need to do my job, and you all also call me to remove firearms. I cannot go there and disarm people. It would be bloodshed. So then I need to, and then something passage is inaudible. He says, and go in a specific house, disarm them. That's the only way. I cannot just wake up and say, I go to that house. I'm not going to tell you what should I do, but you have your members there inside. You have your members who are, and I wanted that facilitation should take place. I'm here to, inaudible, I need to be told. I need to go to the house because that's the only way. So it looks in the context as if he's saying, numerous please give me information as to which houses the arms are in, and we'll go there and get them. And then he goes on beating this elephant bit by bit, because me going there to the mountain, disarming people, it's going to be bloodshed, it's going to be bloodshed. That one I can assure you. those blankets they have and those things, I saw being cut by a police officer in front of me. They did that. So now that is what I'm saying the leadership are calling upon. And so then he goes on. So it would seem he was reluctant to go to the mountain and disarm, presumably because of what he'd seen on the 13th.
Great.
Whereas going to specific houses, beating the elephant bit by bit, was a more appropriate way. I think in fairness to the witness, one puts the whole passage in context, as I've endeavoured to do.
Thank you, Mr.
You can then cross-examine him.
Yes, these are the passages that I had overlined. We have underlined on our copy. Thank you. I went, because they were read before by my learned friend, Mr. Budlander, I thought I would, and they are on record, I thought I would expedite.
I'm not criticising, I just thought, to be fair to the witness, you might like to be reminded of the context. Anyway, that's now been done, now you can carry on.
Eyona nto ibithetheka ngoku ke bekubonisanwa ngezinto ezathi zathethwa kwintlanganiso eyayikho naye lo uGeneral Mpembe lo nezinto ebekumele ukuba bekucetyisana ngazo ukuba zezona zinto kufuneka zenzekile. Ngoku kufundwa kwimibhalo kwaye kwiminutes zentlanganiso leyo eyayikhona apho bekubonisanwa khona naye ekhona uGeneral Mpembe lo. Ukuze ukwenzela into kokuba imibuzo le ithi ibuzwa nje ingqina libeke lithe nalo leva ezi zinto imibuzo ijoliswe kuyo ngumhlekazi lo uBezos.
You were at this meeting, General.
Wawukhona kule meeting wena, General?
Ek was teenwoordig.
I was present, yes.
Ewe ndandikhona.
You agree that the passages read out, to put it mildly, was of great concern to General Mpembe.
Uyavumelana nani into yokokuba ezi zinto sigqiba kuzolatha ngoku kuloo ntlanganiso eyayikhona zizinto bekunyanzelekile ukuba zimenze akhathazeke kakhulu uGeneral Mpembe?
Voorsitter, die hele situasie by Marikana was ons almal se bekommernis.
Chairperson, the situation at Marikana was a worry, a concern to all of us.
En ek aanvaar ook generaal Mpembe se.
I also accept that it worried General Mpembe as well.
Please, let me put this question so that we can cut it short if we can. Was it a clear indication to you that General Mpembe had serious objections to the plan of dispersing, disarming, and arresting? Is it a correct interpretation of what has been read out?
Dit is verseker nie so nie, voorsitter.
Certainly not so, Mr. Chairperson.
Right. You disagree?
Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Yes.
I was going to say we had this question and we had the answer previously.
I don't remember it,
No,
but
I
it
do
can't
remember
do
being
any
asked.
harm.
Well, it does harm if we ask questions over and over again and get the same answer every time. It doesn't take the progress forward. But may I suggest we take the tea adjournment now? You can marshal your forces and proceed in a non-repetitious way thereafter. We'll take the adjournment.
state, or we need to investigate whether there exists deep state activities in South Africa. We will have to look both at the national
happen. The Guptas didn't.
Commission commences. Masukumeni.
Resumes. Generaal Major is nog steeds on it. Mr. Bezos, you're going to continue with the cross-examination you were busy with before we adjourned, or are you moving on to a new topic?
No, Mr. Chairman, with respect, it is correct that the question was asked on Friday, but there was no definitive answer from him.
I'll get a definitive answer.
Yes, because there was an interjection, if you remember, Mr. Chairman, by the learned commissioner, that he was speaking to trade unionists, you recall, and the question was not answered.
I'm giving you permission now to ask the question again.
General, the passages that were read out by the chairman of the commission, read out by me yesterday and read out by Mr. Budlander, make it, put to you, very clear that he was against the plan. Do you agree or disagree?
Voorsitter, ek stem nie saam nie.
Chairperson, I disagree.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you. I am going to put to you that you deny the obvious. And one would have expected his senior colleagues in rank to debate it and not to apparently dismiss his concerns.
Mr. Boyer wants to interpret your question also before the witness replies.
Yes.
Lomba ubeke kwathethwa ngawo wokokuba kubekho ingcebiso ezithi ngenxa yokuba ubomi balomhlekazi busengciphekweni bekunokuba kuhle ukuba makubekho noko into eyenzekayo. Ngoku uthi ke bendikubuzile ngalomba phambilini wena ke wathi no ayikhange benjalo lonto. Ngoku kusathi shukuxwa yona le indawo eyokuba bekukuhle ukuba makubekho unyathelo oluthathwayo mayithethwe lento ukubona ukuba inokusonjululwa njani.
Voorsitter, is kan 'n kommentaar lewer.
If I can make comment, Chairperson.
Die bespreking wat ons gehad het die aand van die 15de moet gesien word in die konteks.
The discussion we had on the 15th should be seen in context, sir.
Dit was nie 'n bespreking van die polisie se strategie of plan nie.
It wasn't a discussion about the police plan or strategy.
Lento ke ibithethekile bekufuneka ukuba ngoku iyakhankanywa ibonwe njengoba ibinjalo ngo iyonke iphelele eyona njongo neyona nto ebisenzeka ingabi into ezawuthi ifana ixekwe nje nakanjani.
Daar was baie fokus deur generaal Mpembe op die insameling van intelligensie en inligting.
There was a lot of focus, General Mpembe, on the gathering of intelligence.
Ininzi noko into ebijongiwe echaphazela uGeneral Mpembe lowo.
Hy deurlopend die erns in die situasie beklemtoon.
He continuously
these relations can also include the criminal underworld, which then forms itself into what is known as the deep state. On the front, then we're discussing these relationships. Are they unique to South Africa? And what are the likely consequences then of these relationships? That's what we're discussing here on the program. As ever, though, we appreciate your thoughts. Here are the contact details. Send us an SMS at 34701, 34701, or email us at gwala@sabc.co.za, gwala@sabc.co.za. What are your thoughts then on these important?
Kuthethiwe kuphindaphindwa into yokuba iunion ezi kufuneka zibe nenxaxheba eziyithathayo.
Beide om die polisie van informasie te voorsien,
to provide the police with information,
nangento yokokuba kufuneka zibe nalo uncedo njengokuba kubekho izinto kuyawumane kucetyisana nazo namapolisa ngazo.
Maar ook die rol wat die presidente veral moet speel in terme van om die situasie te ontlont.
And also the role that was to be played by the presidents to calm the situation.
Isikakhulu ke nenxaxhebe bifanele uba ithathwa ngaba baziinkokheli zazo iunion ii-presidents ezi ukwenzela into okokuba le meko noko ke mayide ilungiseke.
Ek wil dit onomwonde stel dat generaal Mpembe
state without equivocation that General Mpembe
het sy goedkeuring gegee aan die plan,
gave his approval to the plan.
Uthi uyathanda ke nokuba makatsho ukuthi ugeneral lo yena wavuma ukuba ingathi eli cebo likhanganyiweyo lilungile, wayevumelene nalo elo cebo.
Dat hy deelgeneem het aan die besprekings rondom die samestelling van die plan,
that he took part in the compilation, the drawing up of the plan.
Naye waba negalelo kumba wokuba kuxoxwe ke ngecebo ke eliyawuthi lilandelo okanye lisetyenziswe.
En dat hy as oorhoofse bevelvoerder nie beswaar gehad het teen enige van die stappe van die plan nie.
And that as overall commander he did not have any objection to the steps contained in the plan.
Njengowongameleyo ke yena ebengayichasi tu into yokokuba makubekho makulandelwe ingcebiso eyayikhona.
General, your comment is inconsistent with the clear words that by General Mpembe that to go into the crowd with guns.
Sorry, Mr. Bedizos, what words are you actually relying on? It would help, I think, if you actually quoted the words, because I think you're paraphrasing rather broadly. It might help if you had the system of verbs.
Yes. Nothing can be clearer, Mr. Chairman, at the bottom of page 676. I cannot go to the mountain. It is not, has never been strategically in my training. I have not taught because I must disarm somebody. How do I disarm somebody with an axe and I have a firearm? It will never work. There is no training in the whole world to be like that. Read together with the other statements, Mr. Chairman, relating not to the plan as a whole, but the objective of surrounding, disarming, and arresting. This is what he says. It's all very well for the general in the witness box to ignore those words.
No, Mr. Bezos, you're not making a speech. I thought you were asking questions. I thought you would also refer to the passage at page 675, line 22. If you were their president, you could count how many people, between 3,000 to 4,000. So if we charge those people the number of peace you have with what they have cut the people, they're also psyched up. Definitely anyone would come up with that, whatever thing. They will have to act, and we're also not prepared to use less bullets. I know you do not want us to shoot. Here it is, the piece of shooting or killing people. We do not want to go that route. At the same time, we're not prepared that our members should die, but we have a duty to disarm. I think that's the passage also.
Yes.
Now, I'm not quite sure whether that necessarily supports your case, but that I imagine is a passage you would rely on. Let's hear what the witness has to say about that. But you don't make a speech. The passage has been read to him.
Yes.
He must now give us his answer.
Voorsitter, ek sê weer eens dat ons nie die plan of die pertinente polisiestrategie tydens daai vergadering bespreek het nie.
I'm saying once more, Chairperson, that at that particular stage we did not discuss the plan or the strategy.
Uthi ke kweli xesha elibe kuthethekele indawo yokuba ubomi balomhlekazi busengciphekweni akuzange kubekho intetho ngento yokuba makuthiweni ngale uba mayiyekwe le ibifunwa ngaba baphethwe ngulomhlekazi lo ngulo mphathiswa lo muntu obengowongameleyo inkathazo kuba ingazange nje ithethwe loo nto okanye ilandelelwe kungoba
dit is dan juist hoekom ons hele plan bestaan uit 6 vlakke.
That is the reason why the plan was composed of 6 different stages.
Voorsitter, ek probeer regtig net 'n antwoord gee. Ek probeer nie toesprake maak nie.
I'm trying, Mr. Chairperson, just to give an answer, not make a speech.
Voorsitter, nee, meneer Bisos het nou sopas die opmerking gemaak dat I'm going to make another speech.
Well, look, this is an important part of the case, and it's very important that we should understand your evidence on the point, and I don't want you to feel inhibited in any way. This is a point on which clearly you're going to be criticized in argument. You must get a chance to answer from your point of view why you say the criticism will be unfair and incorrect, and I'm not going to stop you from explaining it as fully as you consider appropriate.
Baie dankie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Voorsitter, is dan juist hoekom ons pertinent vlak 2 gehad het, die draad, die eerste ontplooiing,
precisely the reason we had stage 2, the deployment of the wire, which was deployed.
Le njengoba ibingathi iyaphanza le ka General Mpembe bekulikhona elinye icebo elokuba makutsalwe ucingo kumiswe ucingo
en dan die oorgang tot vlak 3
and then going over to stage 3
ukho kwa nelinye elesithathu icebo
met die pertinente fases, die 3 fases van vlak 3
with that pertinently the 3 different phases of stage 3.
So that was
la macebo wonke ibingenjongo zokuba mabakwazi nabo ukhuseleka.
So dit was nooit die bedoeling soos wat meneer Bisos dit gestel het wat hy gesê dat ons beplan het om hulle te surround nie.
It was not the intention as Mr. Bezos has put it that it was our intention to surround them.
Ibingeyo injongo into yokuba mabahanwe ababantu.
Dit was wel om die groter groep uiteen te dryf.
It was well to split the bigger group, to disperse the bigger group.
Eyona njongo ke ibi yeyokuba mabachithachithwe ababantu.
Sodat dit hanteerbare groepies is vir ontwapening en dan gevolglike arrestasie.
So that they become groups that are easily manageable in order to disarm and to arrest.
Eyona njongo ibikukuba xa sebechithachithiwe ke kuzawuba lula ukuba bangakwazi ukubanjwa.
So dit is reg wat generaal Mpembe gesê dat dit was nie ons bedoeling om in hierdie groter groep soos hulle daar op die koppie te sit in te gaan om dan 'n arrestasie of ontwapening uit te voer.
It was then correct for General Mpembe to say that we could not go into that big group as they were on the mountain to go and try and disarm and arrest them.
Kanti eyona ngcebiso yakhe uGeneral Mpembe lo ibiyeyona iphathekayo kanye ibhadlileyo kokuba makungayiwa ngqo kwaba bantu bemi bonke pha entabeni ngenjongo zokuya kubachithachitha.
Voorsitter, en ek het vroeër my getuienis daarna verwys dat ons nie die presiese detail van die strategie gaan in daai aand op die vergadering gaan bespreek het nie.
I have also mentioned, Mr. Chairperson, earlier in my evidence that we did not go into this meeting to go and discuss in detail the strategy of the plan.
Kanti njengoba besele chilo phambilini bebenga khange babe nentetho yokuba makuyiwe phaya phezulu kwabo bantu okanye kule ntlanganiso ibikhona kuthethwa ngalento yokuya kwaba bantu bengakhange kuthethwe ngento ethi masiye khona ze sisebenze ngolhlobo nolhlobo nolhlobo.
Chair, can I raise the references in the statement of General Mpembe, which point to the fact that the proposition Mr. Bezos is putting is not correct. At paragraph 8, read with paragraph 24, 5, and 6. Paragraph 26 even ends up saying, after consulting everyone at JOCOM, I then approved both the operational strategy and the mission statement.
Yes. I would prefer, frankly, if that were dealt with, I would say this to Mr. Bezos as well. I said to him on Friday, most of this debate can more properly take place with General Mpembe. It's his words that are being interpreted, interpreted in the sense of the meaning is being puzzled out. It's more appropriate to ask him the questions. But Mr. Bezos will say this witness was present when General Mpembe said those things. But Mr. Bezos, have we not reached the stage now where this becomes a matter of argument? We know what General Mpembe said in the transcript. We will hear in due course what General Mpembe says when he goes in the witness box. The witness has given his answer, which you either accept or not. If you don't accept it, it's a matter of argument, I would have thought. So I'm not sure there's much juice left in this particular lemon at this point. I suggest you pick up another one out of the basket.
I am going to put to you that the words of General Mpembe are clear in their meaning, and that he was sidelined because of what he said in Exhibit G4. And we will leave the rest for argument, irrespective of what your answer is.
That was the point you put on Friday, and the witness answered you on Friday. If you do not accept that his answer is correct, you'll be free to argue it. Yes. And also, obviously, to raise it with General Mpembe, and I suppose even with the Provincial Commissioner. But I think, if I may say so, I think you've spent enough time with the witness on this point.
Yes.
And I'm sure you've got other points to raise with him.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman, and I will go to them now. Now, I know that this question of the negotiations were canvassed by our learned friend, Mr. Budlander. There is just one short matter that I want to put to you. In your evidence in chief, you said that your instructions to the negotiators were that they should remain in a Nyala position close to the protesters and use the public address system to communicate with persons who had been identified for dialogue.
I understand that to be his instructions. I think those were the instructions given.
Yeah, yes.
But I don't think this witness gave those instructions, did he?
I have a note, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I haven't got a reference. Well, let the witness. Do you deny that? You never said that.
Voorzitter, as ek uit my verklaring wat triple G1 bewysstuk is.
My statement, which is triple G 7, I'm so sorry, triple G1, I have it before me.
Dan in paragraaf 8 op bladsy 3.
Paragraph 8, this is on page 3.
En dan die 4de reël wat begin met the negotiators.
The 4th line, which starts with the word negotiators.
En ek haal aan.
I quote.
The negotiators under the command of Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh arrived, and they were briefed by Brigadier Kalitz and Fritz on the expected role. So ek het hulle nie self toegelig nie, nee.
So it is not correct that I am the person who spoke to them, who advised them.
Did you know that they were sent to negotiate from the Nyala?
Dit is korrek.
That is correct.
into yokuba makubekho uthethathethwano iqela labo lona libe noluthethathethwano nabantu liqhube loo nto likwinyala ezezimoto zikhwelwayo inyala.
Did you know that the protesters insisted that a representative of their employer should come and speak to them?
You must interpret the question, please, before the witness answers.
Could I have it again?
He has interpreted. He interpreted, Mr. Chairman. What the question?
Bezos's latest question hasn't been interpreted.
Okay, question by Mr. Bezos.
May I ask that the question be repeated, please?
Did you know that the persons that were going to do the negotiation, they were going to do it from Nyala?
Ilebe selendiyithethile ukuba ubuqondana busazi ukuba aba bantu bazakwenza okanye bazawuthatha inxaxheba koluthethathethwano naba bantu kujongene nabo bazawuthetha nabo bona bekwenye yezinqwelo zabo libizwa ngokuthi yinyala.
Voorsitter, ek was bewus daarvan.
I was aware of this, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Uthi ewe bendisazi.
Did you know that the protesters insisted on a representative of their employer should come to speak to them?
Uyayiqonda into yokokuba kwakukhona le eyokokuba kuyawuthi xa kusenziwa oluthethathethwano kubekho ababameleyo aba kunye nabaqeshi abazawuthi babe bathatha inxaxheba koluthethathethwano.
Voorsitter, terugvoer aan die Jock het aangedui dat hulle versoek om te praat met iemand van Lonmin.
The briefing at Jock indicated that they indicated they wanted to talk from a representative from Lonmin.
Kwintlanganiso yeJock yabakhona intetho ethi bona bebenqwenela ukuba bathethe nabaqeshi babo abantu baseLonmin.
Did you think that there was any meaningful negotiation possible between a person in Nyala and a crowd that was calling for their employer to come and negotiate with them?
Ubucinga ba ibinoba into noko enokwamkeleka na ukuba kuthethwe naba bantu kuthetha abantu abakwinqwelo le kuthiwa yinyala bathethe nabantu abathi bona banqwenela ukuthetha nabaqeshi babo?
Voorsitter, ek het so gedink, ja.
Yes, I thought so, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi ewe becinga njalo.
Your evidence in chief, you suggested to Brigadier Khalid and said that the people must remain within Nyala and that they should make use of the public address system that is an accessory to the Nyala to actually communicate with these people.
I understood him to say that that was said to them by Brigadiers Carlitz and Fritz. But does it matter whether it was by him or by them?
Yes.
That instruction was given, that's common cause.
Yes.
I don't know how I don't want to stop you. Well, you may, if you've got a point that will help us, but
yes.
It doesn't matter whether he said it or whether Brigadiers Carlitz and Fritz said it.
Did you think that that was meaningful negotiation?
Wena ubucinga ukuba ukuthetha nabantu kuthetha abantu abahleli kwinqwelo inyala besebenzisa i-loudspeaker ezi kuyawuba nempumelelo na kungabakho iziqhamo eziphathekayo?
Voorsitter, dit is korrek, ja, die omstandighede het die polisie genoop om sodanig
yes, Mr. Chairperson,
dialoog te tree.
The circumstances forced the police to act in that manner.
Uthi ewe kodwa ke imeko amapolisa azifumane kuyo yabanyanzelisa ukuba bathathe unyathelo.
I'm going to put to you that this was an unfortunate thought that did not amount to proper attempts to negotiate, that this was just a front.
Again, uTumhlekazi Bezos, le into yokuba mekube ibikhona injongo yokuba makubekho uthetho-thethwano ibingena nyaniso ngokupheleleyo, ibiyinto nje yokuqhatha ukuba makucingwe ngathi bezikho ezinjongo zinhle zothetha-thethwano.
Before you answer, Major General, the Counsel for the Police, Mr. Semenya, wants to say something.
Chair, would Mr. Bezos edify us what is the basis for that proposition?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that it's obvious. If you want to negotiate in good faith with people that say, bring our employer here to speak to us, to put somebody in a police vehicle with a megaphone to speak to them, is not proper negotiation. My learned friend may disagree with it, but there's nothing wrong with the question with us.
The witness had explained that the circumstances were such that the police were obliged to adopt that expedient. You know what the circumstances were, and when they elaborate. So his answer, I imagine, doesn't relate to what would be the best practice in an ideal situation. His answer was what was the only thing they could do practically in the situation they found themselves in. So when you're now suggesting that despite those circumstances, getting the negotiator to speak from an Inyala with a public address system was this kind of a farce and a stunt and something that wasn't, well, that's what you put. I suppose to some extent a matter of argument. Mr. Semenya, do you want to say anything further? All right, so what's your answer to that, Major General?
Voorsitter, die omstandighede was ongelukkig sodanig dat
the circumstances were unfortunately as such, Mr. Chairperson,
dat 'n pertinente groep was swaar bewapen geweest.
That a pertinent group was heavily armed.
Uthi imeko eyayikho ngelo xesha yile eyokokuba aba bantu babelapho kulo ndawo babexhobe nyani.
Maar ook die gebruik van die publieke adresseringssysteem het ten voordeel gehad.
But the use of the public address system had the advantages.
Elicebo lokuba kusetyenziswe ezi loudspeaker ibilicebo noko elunoncedo.
Dat die groter groep ook die polisie se intensies gehoor het.
That the bigger group would also hear the police's intention.
En dat dit nie net beperk was tot die klein groepie van 5 persone nie.
And that this would not only be limited to the smaller group of 5 representatives.
Eyona nto ibizawuthi ke yenzeke ibiye yokuba ayizukuba leli qelana kuthethwa nalo eliyawube lisiva into ethethwayo ivela kule nqwelo yamapolisa, nabanye ke ininzi elingaphezulu kwaba bekuyaba kuthethwa nabo belizawukwazi ukuva bakuthiwani.
Voorsitter, hulle was ook dan deurgaans was hulle aangemoedig om terug te keer na hulle werkstasies toe sodat daar deur die vaste strukture dan verder onderhandeling kan plaasvind.
On several occasions they were persuaded to get back to their places of residence so that their workstations so that proper negotiations could go on with the approved structures.
Ibingo wokuba mabade boyiswa ababantu okanye bayamkele intetho ethe ebizawuthi ibe khona baphindele kwimisebenzi yabo. Uthetha-thethwano lona kuqhutyekwe nalo naba babameleyo.
Voorsitter, dan kan ek ook onthou van 'n pertinente foto wat ek dink is meneer Nokkie wat hy dan pertinent voorop die Nyala se buffer gestaan het en die res van die onderhandelaars gepraat het.
Remember a pertinent photo, Mr. Chairperson. I think it was Mr. Nokkie that came to the police Nyala and had a discussion with the police.
Stood on the bumper, that's the point. Stood on the bumper of the Nyala.
Tuyakhumbula ke ukuba kwabakho nomnye umhlekazi okhankanyiweyo apha ngegama owayekhona xa kwakuthethwa ngolu hlobo.
Voorsitter, dit was verseker nie 'n front van die polisie nie, dit was 'n ernstige en opregte poging
It
deur
was
ons.
certainly, Mr. Chairperson, not a front by the police. It was a serious endeavor.
Lento ibisenzeka phaya ibiyinto eyenziwa ngokuzimisela, ibingeyonto nje yokuqhatha.
Voorsitter, ek is een persoon in terme van my opleiding as 'n onderhandelaar.
I am one person, Mr. Chairperson, in terms of my training as a negotiator.
Uthi ke naye ngokunokwakhe ngokwengqeqesho yakhe ungumuntu othi abe uzimisele xa engena kwinto zothethathethwana.
Ek is maar terdee bewus en ek kan na letterlik honderde gevalle verwys.
I am literally so
Aware, and I can refer literally to hundreds of cases. I think
hundreds of
hundreds of
cases.
instances.
Uthi ke kwicala lothethathethwano ke yena zikhona nezinye izinto ezathi zisenzeka yena engomnye wabo bazawuthi babe kuthethathethwano namaqela kwaye nabantu wayenza loo nto ngamatyeri amaninzi ngokuphumelela.
Wat onderhandeling tot 'n positiewe uitkoms gelei het.
Which had negotiations ending up positively, Mr. Chairperson.
Kangangoba ke ekugqibeleni kuloo matyeri bethe wakhona kwinto zothethathethwano kwabakho impumelelo.
En ek is 'n groot voorstander daarvan.
Supporter thereof. Are these instances where the negotiations took place with one negotiator in a police Nyala and a public address system, and despite that, the negotiations were successful? Is that what you're saying?
Voorsitter, die honderde gevalle wat ek na verwys is nie dieselfde omstandighede, maar ek kan na een pertinente voorval verwys.
The hundreds that have referred to, Mr. Chairperson, were not the same, but I can refer to one specific instance.
Uthi ke kumatyeri athe naye wathatha inxaxheba kwizinto zothethathethwano kwakho nempumelelo. Likhona elinye ityeli anokuthi athethe ngalo atsho ngokucacileyo ukuba impumelelo nemeko yothethathethwano olo ibi ngenjani.
Voorsitter, en ek is maar te bewus van die tyd wat ons nie het nie, so ek gaan regtig vinnig daarna verwys.
I am aware of the time, Mr. Chairperson, that we don't have. I'll try to be as brief as it is possible.
Uthi uyaqonda noko ke ukuba ixesha noko alininzanga esinalo kodwa uyawuzama ukuba makayibeke le ntetho yakhe kafushane.
Voorsitter, was 'n geval wat hom afgespeel het in Orange Grove, Johannesburg.
It was something that was happening in Orange Grove in Johannesburg.
Kwakukho into eyayisenzeka Orange Grove eJohannesburg.
Wat 'n persoon geloop het op straat en 'n hond doodgeskiet het.
A person walking in the street who shot dead a dog.
Kwakukho lento yenzeka emva kokuba kubekho umuntu obehamba estratweni wadubula inja yafa.
Die voorval was onder die aandag van die polisie gebring en 'n polisiebeampte het gereageer na die betrokke woning waar gesien was die persoon in beweeg het.
The incident was brought to the attention of the police, and the police reacted thereto and went to the place where the person had been seen getting into.
Yathi ke loo nto yakuba yenzekile yabikwa emapoliseni kwaphuthunywa khona ngamapolisa loo ndawo.
Voorsitter, die polisiebeampte het aangeklop om navraag te doen en hy is in die proses, is hy vanuit die huis is hy doodgeskiet.
The police officer knocked at the door to make inquiries, and as he was standing at the door, he was shot dead.
Ipolisa elathi laya khona lathi lifika linkqonkqoza emnyango ladutyulwa lafa.
Die verdagte het homself toe, die beste beskrywing gaan ek in Engels gee, gebarricade, so hy het homself afgesluit in die woning.
The suspect then barricaded himself inside the building, to use the English word barricade.
Lo menzi wesisenzo wazivalela ezitshixele ezihangqile yena ngokunokwakhe kule ndawo ebikuyo itshixiwe.
Voorsitter, en daar's toe 'n nyala gebruik en die nyala is in die erf ingetrek.
A nyala was used, Mr. Chairperson. It was drawn, it was driven into the yard.
Wasetyenziswa ke inqwelo le ebizwa ngelo gama lenyala yasondezwa kuloo yadi leyo.
En die primêre onderhandelaar het die publieke adresseringssysteem gebruik.
And the primary negotiator had also used the address system.
En het onderhandel met die persoon wat in die hoofslaapkamer was op die eerste verdieping.
Negotiating with the person who was on the first floor of the building.
Lo mntu oyena ke mntu obezawuba ukhokhele uthethathethwano nalo mntu obesenzile esi senzo wathetha naye ngokunokwakhe ekwinqwelo eyinyala ethetha nalo mfo wenze esi senzo eserumini kwibhilidi enenantsi upstairs.
En na ure se onderhandeling het sy die persoon oortuig.
After hours of negotiation, he managed to convince this person.
Emva kokuba kuthethwe ii-hour wade noko wagqibelisa ke emoyisile lo mntu ngokwentetho.
Sy het hom ingelig wat gaan gebeur, die spesiale taak mag gaan in die huis inbeweeg.
He was told what would happen if the special task force would move into that building.
Wabe ke lo mntu exelelwe ukuba nantsi ke ngoku into eza kwenzeka xa sekucaca uba ingathi noko unikezele. Kuzawungena amapolisa abe task force bangena apho endlini.
Sy het hom presies vertel dat die deur gaan oopgebreek word.
He was precisely told that the door would be broken open.
Waxelelwa futhi nokuthi ke la mapolisa aza kophula ucango.
En dat hy sy wapen neernet, laat hy op 'n spesifieke posisie moet stelling inneem.
And he was told to put down his firearm and to take a position at a specific particular place.
Kwathiwa kuye ke makawubeke phantsi umpu wakhe. Waxelela uba makame phi njani uhlobo luni.
En so het hulle inbeweeg en hulle die persoon presies so gevind en hy was gearresteer en ongedeerd.
They went in, Mr. Chairperson, and found the person in that position, and the arrest was effected.
Angena ke nawo amapolisa athi selengenile bamfumana lo mfo emi ngolu hlobo beselexelelwe ukuba makeme ngalo okanye kwindawo le beselexelelwe ukuba makame kuyo.
Voorsitter, daar is ander gevalle ook wat ons megafone gebruik het omdat ons net nie naby genoeg kon gaan nie, maar nie noodwendig uit Nyala uit nie.
There were other instances, Mr. Chairperson, where we used megaphones where we could not get as near as it is possible, not necessarily in Nyala.
Akhona ke namanye amakele ekwathi kwabakho uthethathethwano lolu hlobo noxa ke bekungamane kusetyenziswa ezinqwelo kuthiwa ziinyala.
Do you think that this is a good example to tell us about where we have a situation of over 3,000 people are gathered who are calling for their employer to come and address them, and you say that the negotiation was to be done between them and two police officers in Nyala? You say that's a parallel.
Uthi ke wena lento uyithethayo ufanekisa ngayo kufuneka thina siyamkele njengomfanekiso noko nokwamkeleka kwimeko efana nale bekujongenwe nayo ngaba bantu ebekusithwa makuthethwe nabo ngamapolisa aphakathi kwenyala. Uthi siyamkele ke ngokulento ethu ba iyafana nale ugqiba kuyibalisa.
Mr. Bezos, I'm not quite sure what point you're busy with at the moment. Are you still busy with the point that the negotiation was taking place with the policemen in Nyala and going through the public address system? Or are you dealing with another point that the police negotiation wasn't concerned with the request of the strikers, namely that their employer should be brought to speak to them.
Mr. Chairman, what I am suggesting to the witness is that it was a doomed attempt to tell people, to policemen, to tell people that were crying out for their employer to come and address them, to be addressed in, and I put it in inverted commas, in a negotiation procedure between the two policemen in the Nyala and the crowd. That's the point that I tried to make early on, and I repeat it now, Mr. Chairman.
You see, the point you make about the employer would be equally valid, even if the policeman had got out of the Nyala and stood next to it and spoke to the crowd, because they were speaking and they weren't bringing the employer wasn't willing to come. So the Nyala just adds an extra aspect to it.
It adds with respect, Mr. Chairman, it adds with respect that how honest can the negotiation be if the negotiators do not trust, in the opinion of the police officers, do not trust the negotiators?
All right, okay. I think we understand the point you're making. Major General, can you answer the question that's being put? I understand what he's saying. He's saying that because they were in the Nyala, they were the police negotiators, they were conveying to the strikers that they didn't trust them because they thought if we get out of the Nyala, they'll be attacked. And what sort of negotiation would that be? That's the point he's making. Do you have a comment on that?
Voorsitter, dit sal onverantwoordelik wees van 'n bevelvoerder.
It would be irresponsible of a commanding officer, say,
om onderhandelaars daar te plaas terwyl daar soveel mense is wat gewapen is en dat die 5 persone versoek was om hulle wapens neer te lê.
To put people there in front of such an armed group who have 5 representatives who have come forward,
wat self gewapen was,
who were also armed.
Ibinoba ke into engamkeleki okanye ebubuxeleko into okokuba kuthiwe amapolisa amabini mawahamba ayothetha nabantu kanti nabo ngokunokwabo abo bantu bebexhobile.
We are told that negotiations is a process of give and take. Do you agree with that?
Dit is verseker so, Voorsitter.
Mr. Peters, I don't want to stop you unduly, but you know, this witness wasn't much involved with negotiations. There was a special negotiator who was brought in, Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh, who I presume is going to be one of the witnesses. He was given instructions by the 2 other persons mentioned, Brigadiers Fritz and Karlitz. This witness's involvement with the negotiations was very peripheral in the sense that he was present when the instructions were given. Can't our time be more profitably used with this point addressed to the people directly involved rather than the Major General? I'm sure there are other points you can ask him about in respect to matters where he was directly involved.
Well, Mr.
I don't want to make it difficult for you to present your case, but
he has given evidence that negotiations were taking place. The question is, were they bona fide negotiations or not? And the question that I want to ask is, what did the 2 policemen that he says were negotiators, what did they offer to the crowd?
There to hear what they offered the crowd.
Yes.
Shouldn't they be asked that question? What they offered the crowd is set out in slide 96 of Exhibit L, and 97. But it's not suggested that this witness was present, and I imagine any evidence he would give on the point would be hearsay. So shouldn't you rather ask that question of the police negotiators, particularly of Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh? I'll give you the fullest chance to ask him. But I mean, what's the point of raising that aspect with this witness? You can only give hearsay evidence, and it's going to be covered presumably when Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh comes anyway. Isn't that so?
Well, it was he who told my learned friend that instructions were given to the negotiators, Mr. Chairman, from which one can infer that he had some role in it. And I can't leave it in the air that there were negotiations, right. Genuine negotiations at that time.
You've put your point to the witness. The point's no longer in the air, you've put it. Can we not move on to something else?
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Seeking to hamper you in presenting your case. You'll get full opportunity with Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh.
I don't want. I don't think, with respect, that the witnesses' view will sway the decision makers one way or the other. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, there are a number of inconsistencies in the defense of the police conduct that I want to put to you. We are very near the end, but please listen and try and respond as briefly as you can. You said to our learned friend, Advocate Budlander, that the police operations on the 16th were aimed at protecting old, innocent people who could be hurt by the protesters, and the need to prevent intimidation and damage to property. You remember saying that?
Voorsitter, kan ek die transkripsie sien in termen van daai? Is dit 'n verbatim aanhaling wat ek gesê het?
Can I please see the transcript there? Is this a verbatim quotation of what I said?
Operations on the 16th were aimed at protecting old, innocent people, your words, who could be hurt by the protesters, and the need to prevent intimidation and damage to property.
Witness wants to know where that's in the transcript. Perhaps I can indicate to him the context as I remember it. What was put to you is, why didn't you carry out the earlier plan, attack people at night and who were on the mountain, and deal with the others as they came through in the day? And you said that that was not thought to be appropriate. The plan that was adopted was thought to be better because there was a fear that the people on the mountain would then go into the neighbouring township and attack innocent people there. I think that's the context of the passage to which Mr. Bezos is referring you. But I see that one of his assistants is looking at her laptop, so presumably we'll get the exact page of the transcript in a moment.
Well, just assume that you said words to this effect. I have some of it in inverted commas from our assistant.
Did I give the correct context? Your assistant,
yes,
Wilden, is nodding her head. So, all right. So
yes,
that was the context.
Yes.
Right, okay.
It was. We are looking for the passage, and I think that we will be borne out by the summary that I.
No, that anything necessarily turns on the exact words. If that was the strekking, what's the English for strekking? If that was the gist of what was said, then I take it that's what you put to the witness. That was the gist of what he said, and he can tell us if that was the gist of what he said.
Yes, I do recall that there was concern for the old innocent people, and that if they did not deal with them, they would go to their homes and do this, that, and the other. You don't recall saying something like that?
Voorsitter, nee, ek het nie gesê ek kan dit nie onthou nie. Ek wou dit net in die konteks sien, want ek dink ek het
I'm not saying I don't. I didn't say it, but I want to see it in the context. I want to read it in context of what I said.
Uyabuza ukuba uyakhumbula na ukuba bekuke kwakho intetho ethi uthethathethwano nabantu abanokuthi ekugqibeleni babe bayahamba kungenzekanga nto kanti nabo bebeneyabo iminqweno benezinto bebethe bayafuna uba mazenzeke. Ngokuthi ke yena le ntetho uyayiva, kodwa umbuzo wakhe kuba ebeyithetha phansi kwemeko yeyiphi intetho le into.
Want ek het meer as een keer verwys na pertinente risiko's, maar die voorsitter het dit vir my in konteks geplaas.
Because I pertinently referred to risks that were put to me, pertinent risks.
Also said that implementing stage 3 was the last resort.
Ek het dit ook gesê, dis reg.
I also said so, it's right, correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi yona into ebeyithethile ke ebeyithetha ejonge iimeko ezithile ekunokuthi kube kuyanikezelwa kwenziwe lifuno ngaba bantu. Ngoku ke kuthiwa kuye ke kakade ubutshilo kodwa ke kukhona le enye ubuyithethile yokokuba xa kunokuthi kuqhutywe ngolo hlobo kungasike kugqibelise kusithini.
This was the increased risk that such a heavily armed group could go into the residential areas and communities.
Ek het dit ook gesê.
I said that, yes.
Uthi kunjalo ukuba ebetshile yena ukuba imeko le yona noko imeko enobungozi. Noxa ke kunokuthi kwenzeke ukuba abantu bachithachitheke baphindele emzini apho kuhlalwa khona bekusenokwenzeka ukuba kuthi kuphindelwa khona apho kube khona abanye ke abantu ababengabandakanyekanga kule nto abanokwenzakala.
Going to put to you that this could not have been the reason for the police operations on the 16th. Do you agree?
Ek het reeds verwys wat was die redes en ek het 'n lang aanloop gegee en besonderhede gegee in terme van die risiko's verbonde.
Chairperson, I have already responded to this and I've given long explanation about the risks involved.
Because in your
uthi ke lomba yena besele ethethile ngawo ezixelile nezizathu abebenoloyiko phezukwazo kwimeko ababe kuyo ngelamini.
Om sodanige groep so gewapen te laat ingaan in die nedersettings.
To allow such a big group so armed into the shack settlements.
Ukuba ke bekunokuthi kwenziwe into enokubanga ukuba aba bantu babexhobe ngolo hlobo babexhobe ngalo bahambe bangena emzini.
En ek het ook verwys na die verhoogde risikofaktore.
I also referred to the high risk factor.
Uthi watsho yena ukuba
the increased risk factor.
The increase, yes, the increased risk factor.
Uthi ke yena ke eso senzo ukuba bekunokuthi kwenzeka into efana naleyo abantu bangase kuyimeko embi enobungozi kakhulu ngokugqithisileyo.
Wat aanleiding gegee het tot die besluit om oor te gaan op fase 3.
Which led to the decision being taken to resort to stage 3. Stage 3.
Leke yona ingcinga yeyona ke yenza uba makudeske kube kuncanyelwa kwelinye icebo.
You finished?
Dankie voorsitter.
Thank you, Chairperson.
In your evidence, you have indicated that there were several paths into the Nkaneng settlement. Indeed, you said that all the protesters had to do was go a bit north, then east, to find more than one big path to the settlement. Do you recall saying that?
Voorsitter, ek kan dit onthou en ek kan ook onthou dat ek pertinent na 2 bewysstukke verwys het.
I can remember that pertinently, and I referred to 2 exhibits that were available.
Interpret your evidence correctly, General. You were more than happy for the heavily armed protesters to enter the settlement so long as they did not do so on the main road into Nkaneng.
Is nie korrek nie, voorsitter.
It's not correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Dit is die interpretasie wat advokaat Bezos gee aan my.
It's the interpretation that Advocate Bezos is giving to my words.
Uthiwa ke bekukho umbuzo othi benicinga ukuba okanye nangoku ucinga ukuba ibinoba yeyona nto ibhetele into yokokuba aba bantu nithi bebexhobe kakhulu basuka apho bayongena emzini apha ekuhlaleni eyikaneni kuba ke ukuba bebe ibinokwenzeka naleyo kusenokwenzeka ukuba kwenzakale nabanye abantu abalapha ekuhlaleni.
To deal with the alternative actions that were available to the South African police on the 16th in order to avert the tragedy that occurred.
Uthumhlekazi ke mzawuke nditsho uba ke mna bendicinga uba elinye icebo belinokuthi lenziwe ngelo xesha ngaloo mini ukwenzela into yokokuba ze kungonzakali abantu abamsulwa.
In paragraph 63 of Exhibit L,
Slide 63.
63 of Exhibit L, perhaps it can be shown on the screen. A reference to the meeting, I take it of the JOCCOM, at 6 a.m. on the morning of Tuesday the 14th.
You say...
Can it not be shown to us on screen? Slide 63 of Exhibit L. Mr. Wesley's gone to see if he can see to it that it's put up on the screen. It'll help, I think, if it is on the screen to make the point more effectively, perhaps, if it is a good point.
I should have forewarned.
Attempts are being made to put it on the screen. Let me read it out. Slide 63 reads a report. The group of protesters was expected to increase and become more aggressive the longer the strike continued. Operational deployments at 6 a.m. The initial interim operational strategy considered was to prevent the protesters from coming to the copy armed by deploying a filtering police line to search those approaching or moving along approach routes, encircle the few protesters at the copy, estimated less than 50, disarm, arrest and transport for processing to Marikana police station. This was deemed not feasible due to the forces called up from distant locations not having arrived yet, and those who were there had not yet been orientated to the mission area or briefed sufficiently. That's the passage in the slide to which Mr. Bezos refers.
Made this alternative suggestion on the 14th. Who made the suggestion?
Voorsitter, ek was nie teenwoordig tydens daai JOCOM vergadering nie.
I don't know, Mr. Chairperson. I wasn't present during that JOCOM meeting.
Yabuza uba ngubani obeke wakhankanya elinye icebo ebesithi linokusebenza nokubhetelana uthi ke yena akazi ngoba bengekho kuyo lo meeting apho lithe lavela khona lo cebo.
whether you were there or not, we are going to submit that it was an obvious alternative. If you are concerned about armed people gathering in their thousands on the copy, surely if they came in small groups from early morning to late afternoon, posting police officers before they reached the copy would have been an ideal solution. You could disarm them and say, you can go to the copy if you want to, but without arms. It's an offense to have pangas and axes and assegais. We are going to take them away from you, and we may even arrest some of you, whilst they were in small groups approaching the copy. Why was not that done?
Abuziba kutheni benibayekelele abantu besiza bengamaqedlana amancinci bechobile ngoku xa sekufuneka bechithachithekile kutheni beningacebisi ke ukuba kwangeli xesha beseza bengamaqela lamancinci bekufuneka nithethile nabo nibaxelele uba anikufanelanga uba nibe nisenza le nto yokuba nizapha nixhobe ngolu hlobo. Ayivumelekanga le nto, sawuzithatha izixhobo zenu okanye sithathe izixhobo nani sinibambe. Utheni beningathethi ke nabo beseza ngelo xesha bengamaqedlana amancinci?
Chair, to understand, is the proposition by Mr. Bezos that that was a viable option despite the forces who were called up from distant locations not having arrived yet?
No.
And
with respect, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bezos, give Mr. Semenya a chance to finish what he has to say, and then you can answer him.
And despite the fact that those who were there had not been orientated to the mission area or had not been briefed sufficiently, is it the proposition that is being put to the witness?
Umbuzo ngoku kamhlekazi Semenya uthi uthetha uba ke bekufuneka kuthethwe nele qedlana elikhoyo ngelo xesha kanti kukho intetho ethi bebeseza bebaninzi okanye beseza bezizihlwele. Yiyo yona na into ithetha uba bekuyawulunga uba kuthethwe neliqela elincinci.
I think the question is a bit ambiguous. Are you saying that once the forces called up from distant locations had arrived, and once those who were there had been orientated and briefed sufficiently, then that strategy would have been appropriate? Or are you suggesting that that strategy would have been appropriate even before the forces arrived and the orientation took place?
It's the first of a number of questions, Mr. Chairman. I do not accept, with respect, we do not accept the excuse given in paragraph 63, because it was open to them to do that not only on the 14th, and if they did not have enough people, they had more people on the 15th and the 16th, and these are the questions that I'm going to ask.
No, I understand. You're not really answering the question I'm asking, which flows from Mr. Semenya's objection. Are you saying that even at 6 o'clock on the morning of the 14th, they could have implemented that strategy despite the fact that the people hadn't come from distant locations and hadn't been briefed and orientated? Or are you saying that once people had arrived and once the orientation had taken place and the briefing had taken place, then that strategy could have been adopted? Do you understand the difference between the two? Now, which of those two are you putting, or are you putting both?
Both. I'm putting both, Mr.
All right, well, let's concentrate on
the first one. The first one, we say that there were people there, there were small groups, They didn't require the large number of policemen. They could have done it on the 14th, even more so later on the 14th, even more so early on the 15th and the 16th.
I think the question can now be understood by the witness, and Mr. Semenya's point has been adequately dealt with, and we can now get the witness's reply.
Voorsitter, baie dankie. Ek het reeds omvattend na die pertinente punt verwys toe my getuienis gelei was.
I have referred extensively to this point during my evidence in chief say.
Ook advokaat Badlinger het pertinente stellings gemaak en vrae gevra daaroor en ek het weer eens daarna verwys.
When Advocate Badlinger asked questions, he asked several questions and I gave extensive response thereto.
En ek sal met graagte weer eens daarna verwys.
I would again like to refer thereto, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi ke lo mbuzo lo okanye le ntetho ibhekiswe kuyo ngoku ibike yathetheka kwixesha elidlulileyo kanti no-advocate uBadlander naye beke wangena kuyo le intetho uzawuba phinde ke athethe and aphinde lathe nentetho yakhe edlulileyo uba ebetheni kwixesha elidlulileyo.
Ek kan egter nie met gesag kommentaar lewer op dit wat op slide 63 vermeld word nie, synde dat ek nie teenwoordig was nie.
I unfortunately cannot comment with authority to what is referred to on slide 63 since I wasn't present.
Kwinto eyathethekayo njengokuba inayo yabukelwa apha kwi-screen ebengekho ke kulonto ngelo xesha kulonto bibukelwa apha kwi-screen kodwa ke uzawukathethe yena uzawukhankanya le atsho le yena ayicingayo.
Maar ek kan my opinie gee en hoekom ons dit op 'n latere stadium verwerp het as 'n konsep alternatief.
I can give my opinion, say, and reasons why we later rejected it as a viable opinion.
Alternative.
As a viable alternative.
Uza kutsho yena ke imbono zakhe ke ngalo umba ukuba awamkeleki kusenokwenzeka ke ukuba mawungamkeleki.
Daar was nie pertinente intelligensie of informasie dat in die sogenaamde groepie van 50 dat die leierskap element teenwoordig was nie.
There wasn't sufficient information and intelligence as to whether amongst the group of 50 that the leaders were involved.
Akuzange kubekho ntetho icacileyo ithi kweli qela labantu abebengamashumi 50 kwakukho neenkokheli zabo.
Daar was nie pertinente bevestiging dat die betrokke groepie gewapen was nie.
There wasn't any pertinent information as to whether these 50 people were armed or not.
Akukho ntetho icacileyo ithethekileyo ethi kwelo qela labantu abebengamashumi 50 kwakukho abaxhobileyo.
Advokaat Badlinger het toegemeld ons sou dit kon bepaal het as ons 'n deursoeking gaan doen het dan sou ons geweet het of hulle gewapen is al dan nie.
Advocate Badlander mentioned that if we had gone to do a search, we would have verified whether the people had arms or not.
Advocate Badlander naye ke beke wanentetho ethi kaloku beninokuthi ke nizame ukuqonda okanye uqondisisa nibe nolwazi lokuba kukho abaxhobileyo naphakathi kwabo bantu bangamashumi 50 okanye hayi.
Maar ek het verdere redes gegee hoekom ons dit nie as geskik geag het om die betrokke aksie uit te voer nie.
But I gave reasons as to why we did not deem it right to take that kind of action.
Uthi kodwa ke yena wathi xa ephendula wathi hayi ngelo xesha ke yena bengakhange akacinga into yokokuba kukho imfuneko nyani yokokuba makwenzeke loo nto yokuya kuqonda ukuba kukho abaxhobileyo nakwaba bantu noba abekho.
Ek het gesê dat tensy ons hulle sou vind met wapens dat daar nie pertinente kriminele klagtes teen die groepie sou wees net eenvoudig om hulle op die koppie was nie.
I said if we found that they had no weapons then there would have been no criminal action taken against these people, safe to say that they were only on the mountain.
ukuba ke bekuye kwathi ke kwaqondakala ukuba abaxhobanga abo bantu ibiyawuba yinto ethi ke akho kwamfuneko leyo yokuba kuthiwe akulunganga uba mababe lapho kuloo ntatyana.
Maar sou daar pertinente klagtes wees waarop ons hulle kon arresteer?
But if there were pertinent complaints on which we could arrest them,
kodwa ke ukuba bekunokuthi kubekho ulophulo mthetho okanye izenzo ezilolophulo mthetho ebekunokuthi zenzeke, yiyona ke into bebenokuthi bathathe unyathelo lokuba bahamba ibe sisizathu sokuba mababanjwe.
Dan sou die arrestasie van hierdie groep waarskynlik gelei het tot 'n nuwe protesaksie en in die geval die vrylating van die persone.
And the arrest of these people, Mr. Chairman, would have led to further protests now where the demand would have been made for the release of these arrested people.
Kanti ke ukuba bekunokuthi kude kwenzeke into efana naleyo kwa ukubanjwa nje kwabantu ngolo hlobo ibizawuba sesinye isizathu ebesinokwenza uba abantu bafuna ukuba makukhululwe abantu babo.
Ek het ook verwys na die onderhandelings van die polisie en sou ons dit gedoen het sou dit die integriteit van die polisie geskaad het.
I also referred to the negotiations, and I said if this were not successful, the integrity.
If this had been done, with the alternative proposal, it would have damaged the
integrity of
the process.
Uthi ke ukuba bekuthe kwenzeka ukuba makubekho into isenzo unyathelo olufana nolu lokuba makube kude kubanjwe abantu kanti abaxhobanga kwenzeke kuyawuba kwenzeke into ebingafanelekanga uba mayenzeke, kanti ke xa kunokuthi kubekho into ethe yenziwe ngamapolisa kungekho mfuneko, loo nto ibiza kulingcolisa igama labo.
Sodat dit nie in die gees van onderhandelinge is nie en die presiese vertroue wat ons probeer bou het ons dan nou net gaan verbreek.
That it was also not in the spirit of negotiations and the relationship that we wanted to create with the protesters.
Isenzo ke ebesinokukhokhelela kwinto kokuba makude kubanjwa abantu kuzothi mva kucaca ukuba enyanisweni ibingakhange ibekho nemfuneko yokuba makuthathwe unyathelo lwathathwayo nolokuba makudeske kubanjwa abantu, njengokuba ke yonke le nto ibizawuba iyalimosha igama lamapolisa, ibizawuba yinto ethi izenzo zabo zimbi.
Dan het ek pertinent verwys na die praktiese onuitvoerbaarheid van so 'n aksie.
I also referred to the pertinent onuitvoerbaar. The inability of such a plan being
practically put into effect.
The practicality of it being put in effect as being unpractical.
Lonto bizawudala nento kokuba ke ngoku ukusebenza kwawo amapolisa kuzawuthi njengokuba kucaca ukuba akumsulwanga ube yinto ezawuthi nayo iphinde zicacele into kokuba ibingenawuthi iphumelele kakuhle ingakhange nje ibe nasisenzo esimsulwanga kwicala lawo mapolisa.
Voorsitter, ek het pertinent verwys na die topografie van die omgewing.
Chairperson, I referred specifically to the topography of this place.
Ututhethile ke na ngemeko eyayikhona phaya njengoba ibibonwa nakwi.
Ek het vermeld dat jy waarskynlik die koppie kan benader 360 grade rigtings.
And I said the copy could be approached from any of the from any angle around the 360 globe.
Uthi imeko leya lapho kuloo ndawo uthethile ngayo ukuba yayinjani, kanti ukuba bekuzawuthi kuyiwe kuloo ndawo aba bantu baqokelelene kuyo bekunokuyiwa nangendlela ezohlukileyo.
Voorsitter, ek het verwys daarna dat dit soveel makliker is in 'n stedelike opset.
I said it's much easier, Mr. Chairperson, in an urban area.
Uthi ke uye watsho nokutsho ukuba le ndawo yindawo kwindawo njengomzi sithi ngumzi okanye indawo eyasekuhlaleni kwabantu.
Om toegangsroetes te beperk, want daar sal waarskynlik miskien 2 of 3 toegangsroetes wees na 'n sentrale punt.
Limit routes to that place, because routes could have been limited to 2 or 3 places that could be used as entry points to that place.
Bekunokuthi kube uba bekunokuthi kwaze kuba kuyiwe kuloo ndawo kube namaqela mhlawumbe amathathu okanye kuhanjwe ngendlela ezintathu ukusondela kwabo bantu apho bakhoyo.
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat in praktyk sou dit dan beteken het.
I explained, Mr. Chairperson, that in practice it would have meant
wathi ke yena lo ukusenza ukuyenza into efana nale bizawuthetha uba
dat ons die polisie hulpbronne in tientalle klein groeperings moes opbreek,
that the police had to be broken into many different groupings.
Amapolisa mawohlulahlulwe azoba ngamaqela ambalwa.
in 'n poging om dan sodanige klein groeperings wat op pad is te stop en te deursoek.
In an endeavor to stop such small groups that were approaching and search them.
Ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bayokunqanda lamaqedla namancinci abesiza esondela kule ndawo beqokelelelwe kuyo.
Voorsitter, al wat sou gebeur het is dat die eerste groepie wat so gestop word, sal die informasie versprei aan die res van die mense op pad.
What would have happened then, Mr. Chairperson, is that the first small group that would have been stopped would then have spread that information to the rest of the others.
Eyona nto ibinokuthi okanye eyona nto ibizakwenzeka ngokuqinisekileyo yeba ke iqala lokuqala belizawuthi linqandwe lisetshwe belizakwazisa namanye amaqela ezayo.
En dan in plaas van klein groepies sou dan die groep elders weg van sodanige polisie beheerpunte sou hulle gegroepeer het.
What would then have happened is that the group could then have decided to assemble somewhere else away from the police line.
Bekunokuthi ke ngoko kwenzeke into efana nokuthi abantu baske bafanele bayoqokelelana kwenye indawo.
En dan soos waarskynlik vind dat daar skielik miskien 1000 of selfs 2000 persone dan op een van hierdie klein beheerpunte van die polisie beweeg.
We would have then found, Mr. Chairperson, that people would then be walking in bigger groups, 1,000 or 2,000 along the police line.
Lonto ke igqibelelise ke ngokuthi ke abantu beze bengamaqela amakhulu ngaphezu kwalabe besiza bengawo besiza kuwo amapolice.
It's not the police line. They will then all head for one of the smaller groupings of police officers that is specifically manning a control point.
Well, these thousands, not to the police line, but towards the smaller divided police groupings which were meant to stop the smaller groups.
Beyinto ke ebiza ukuthi abantu bathi babaziqokelelele into yokuba baye kulamaqela amancinci amapolisa.
Voorsitter, in praktyk sou dit nie haalbaar gewees het nie en ek is jammer dat ek weer eens moes als herhaal want dit was net so gemeld.
I had to repeat each and everything, Mr. Chairperson, but what I'm saying is that this was practically not possible.
Ubuhlungu kuba makabe ephinda ke yonke into besele eyithethile kodwa uyagcinimisa kule nto beke wayithethe okokuba le okanye lo mbono okanye licebo belingazukusebenza.
Maar ek moes dit doen om volledig te wees. Ek kan nie net gaan gedeeltelik antwoord nie.
Had to do it to be.
I didn't stop you. I thought only fair to let you give the full answer. But having heard the full answer, I suggest we now take the lunch adjournment for half an hour.
Sizawuthatha ixesha le lunch 30 minutes.
My intent to touch his hand that day, and I did, but it was so many people there, he wouldn't remember me.
Rested or faltered in his dedication to correcting the inequities in his country and all around the world.
A man who
Hi, Priggy.
How's that?
This is Priggy Mutley. Cool. And he's
here today, but they have written a letter to you and welcoming people. For it, be assured.
ukuba bebeza kwenza ntoni ke abantu ukuba bezawuthi bona bangavumi okanye bayive leyo nto yokuba mabachithachitheke ukuba mhlawumbe besala ukuchithachitheka.
You mean if they resist and decline to hand over their weapons?
We will not be broken up. We will not surrender our weapons. What were the police going to do then?
Njengento yokuba bathi ke asizukuchithachitheka, asizukuzishiya izixhobo zethu okanye sizibeke phansi izixhobo zethu, ebeza kwenza ntoni kamapolisa?
Voorsitter, die beplanning was die hele tyd gewees dat hulle sal opgebreek word.
The planning was all the time said that they would be broken
in kleiner groepe,
broken into smaller groups.
Na oordeel van die operasionele bevelvoerder.
As directed by the operational commander.
Historisch was ons nog altyd suksesvol geweest om 'n groep op te breek in kleiner groepe.
Historically, it was always successful to break such groups into smaller groups.
Die openbare orde polisie se metodes en benadering het nog altyd gewerk.
The POP's approach and their manner of operations was successful in such actions.
In terme van die individuele benadering van persone is die lede sodanig opgelei, hulle het die sodanige vaardighede.
Depending on the individual, the members have been trained as such, and
dis dan juist hoekom ons TRT lede daar gehad het.
And that is why we had the TRT members there.
Into bizakwenzeka ke bizoba yokuba bachithachitheke kube kuzawuzanywa ngolo hlobo ukuba mabade bachithachitheke kwixesha elidlulileyo. Izinto abathi bazibona zisenzeka zezoba ke baye bachithachitheka abantu xa kuphikelela ukumane kuthethwa nabo kucetyisana nabo.
The question again, General. What were the police going to do if the protesters did not respond favorably to the police?
Uthumhlekazi umbuzo ubusithi bebeza kwenza ntoni bona bengamapolisa ukuba ababantu bebezawuthi bangachithachitheki ngokwesicelo okanye ngokomyalo ukuba mabachithachitheke, ebeza kwenza ntoni amapolisa?
Voorsitter, gunstig in terme van om uiteen te dryf, sal ek eers verduidelik.
I will firstly explain the dispersal, favorable dispersal. I'll explain that first, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi ke yena into yokuqala ke ibizawuba yeyoba kuzanywe ukuthi mabachithachitheke, izothi ke ukuba leyo iyoyisakala leyizanyiweyo yena uzawucacisa ke atsho uba eyona nto ibiza kwenziwa ke emva koko yintoni.
Dan sou daar 'n oordeel van die operasionele bevelvoerder voortgegaan gewees het.
Depending on the commanding officers, they would have proceeded.
Uthi ke kuyaxhomekeka kongameleyo okanye kongaphezulu kwabo.
Met die aanwending van waterkanon, pyrotechnies, deployment, malgeweer rubber,
of water cannons, technically rubber bullets.
It's a stun grenade, I think.
Stun and CS.
Pyrotechnics is stun grenades.
These are stun grenades and CS and rubber bullets.
Bekunokuthi kusetyenziswe nalenkonxa yokuba tshiza ngamanzi, kusetyenziswe namanye amacebo akhoyo ngokwentsebenzo yabo emapoliseni.
In terme van individuele persone wat genader sou gewees het,
in terms of individual people who would have been approached
en wat nie hulle wapens sou wou neerlê nie,
who would be unwilling to put down their arms.
Ukuba ke bekuza kuthi kwenzeka kuba kubekho abantu okusondelwayo kube kuthethwe nabo bangavumi ukuzibeka phansi izixhobo.
Daar staat gemaak op die vaardighede en opleiding van individuele polisiebeamptes verbonde aan die TRT.
We dependent on the expertise and the training of the members of the TRT group.
Bekuzawuthenjelwa kwabo ke bathe balufumana uqeqesho lokuphatha imeko ezifana nezo.
So 'n persoon of persone dan te ontwapen.
To disarm person from one person to the other.
Elo cebo ibe lelokuba mhlawumbe kuthathwe izixhobo zabo.
expect anybody to be, if gas was used or the water cannon, to drop their their weapons, or to even become more determined to keep them for their own purposes.
Uthi ke uthi umhlekazi Bezos benizawuba nenza amacebo okuba nibanyanzele ukuba bohlukane nezixhobo zabo na, okanye beniza kwenza amacebo okokuba noba bohlukane nazo izixhobo zabo kodwa bachithachitheke.
Voorsitter, weer eens in terme van die geskiedenis wat ons het, in terme van typiese optrede.
In terms of history that we have in such actions.
Uthi ke yena ngokomlando ihistory abanayo ngezinto ezifana nezi.
Was dit verwag dat die persone vrywillig hulle wapens sou neerlê?
It was expected that the people would freely put down their weapons.
Ngokwelicebo ke ibiyawuba into elindelekileyo ukuba bade bazibeke phansi izixhobo zabo.
Maar daar was voorsiening gemaak dat daar dalk individue sou wees wat arrestasies sou teengaan of verset teen arrestasies sou.
But there were provisions made for people who would resist this or who would not put down their weapons.
Ora ke akhona wona amacebo enziweyo okokuba ukuba bekuyawuthi kubekho abo abaza zawuthi bona bangavumi tu ukuzibeka phansi izixhobo zabo, kwenziwe kubhenelwe kwicebo lokuba babanjwe ke abo banjalo.
Was there any guidance given to the police officers before the shooting of how dangerous shooting may lead to very serious consequences and it must be avoided at all costs?
Ikhona ingcebiso eyanikwa amapolisa eyokokuba ukuba kuyenzeka babantu bangavumi kwaphela ukohlukana nezixhobo zabo, kubekho into abayenzayo enokwenza uba mabangade badale ukonzakala okanye konzakaliso kwabantu.
Voorsitter, ek het verduidelik dat ek nie teenwoordig was by die toeligtingssessies nie.
I have explained, Mr. Chairperson, that I was not present during the briefing sessions.
Uthi sele echilo ke yena ukuba ebengekho ke xa bekukho uthethathethwano neengcebiso amapolisa.
Polisiebeamptes is behoorlik opgelei in die gebruik van hulle vuurwapens en hulle is deeglik bewus
trained in the use of their weapons, and they are quite aware
van die omstandighede wanneer hulle sodanige wapen kan gebruik en wat die uitwerking is van die gebruik van so 'n wapen,
when these weapons could be used and the results of the use of such weapons.
Kaloku aqeqeshiwe amapolisa banazo iingcebiso zokokuba xa bekwimeko efana naleyo kufuneka benze ntoni, njengokuba abantu xa bengafuni ukohlukana nezixhobo zabo bona bayifumene ingqeqesho kokuba kufuneka benze ntoni.
The question was whether on this occasion the police were reminded of the dangers of using weapons against the crowd.
I understand his answer to be that he wasn't present when the final instructions were given by the various commanders to the members under their command. I think that's his answer. But perhaps we could take it this way. In your presence, were any instructions or was any advice given of the nature Mr. Bezos asks about in respect to any members who received any instructions in your presence?
Voorsitter, nie in my teenwoordigheid nie, maar ek weet daar is verwysing gemaak in deur van die bevelvoerders en ook in bewystuk L dat ek dink die woorde wat hulle gebruik het, the rules of engagement, was weer bevestig of oorgedra.
Not in my presence, Chairperson, but there is reference there to in Exhibit L where they speak about the rules of engagement.
Actually appears in slides 182 and 183.
Uthi ke akukho ngcebiso yena ethe kuthethwa namapolisa la ngayo ukuba makudeske kuthini ukuba abavumi tu abantu ukuzibeka phansi izixhobo zabo kodwa ke ikhona yona indlela emisiweyo ebhaliweyo eyokuba kufuneka babhenele kwintoni kwimeko enjengaleyo.
Thank you, Commissaris.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, I know that, and I wrote next to it, what were they? What were the rules of engagement that were conveyed?
Eyona ndlela ke eyokuba maba jongane nalo meko nakuye nabantu ke yeyiphi abacetyiswa ngayo.
Voorsitter, individuele bevelvoerders sal daaroor kan getuig. Ek kan nie
the individual commanders would be able to respond to that, Mr. Chairperson.
Maar hoe ek dit verstaan in terme van my oordrag aan lede sou dit wees.
But what I understand it, how I would carry it over to members would be,
dan sal dit tweeledig wees.
It will be twofold.
Bengekho yena ke xa kweku uthethwa becetyiswa ababantu indlela ekhoyo ke yona ikhona enokuthi esele ikhona yaziwayo.
Die een sou wees in die konteks van openbare skare bestuur.
The one would be in the context of public order, managing public order.
Kule indlela ikhoyo icebo elinye lelokuba ke babe nolwazi okanye befundisiwe ukuba izihlwele zabantu kufuneka kusetyenzwe njani nazo kwiimeko ezifana nale.
So dit wees die gebruik van geweld in continuum.
It would have been the use of force in continuum.
Ibiyawuba ngeyokokuba kusetyenziswe izikhwepha.
En andersins die gemeenregtelike beginsels van selfverdediging, noodweer en beskerming van eiendom.
Otherwise, the law of private self-defense and private.
Common law rules of
the common law
and protects the property.
Yes, the ordinary principle of common law, self-defense and private defense, and the defense of damage to property.
Indlela ke yeyokuba ke bekufuneka kukhangelwa into yokuba balumkele into yokuba bazikhusele ngokwabo bakhuselane balumkele nento yokuba bangade bavume okanye bayekelele konakale nempahla.
Were they told when to engage without instruction?
When they told when to act without instruction.
Babexelelwe na uba mabangenzi into benganikelwanga myalelo.
Voorsitter, ek het vermeld dat ek nie teenwoordig was nie, so ek kan nie gaan namens elke bevelvoerder praat nie.
Chairperson, I have already explained that I wasn't there. I cannot then account or explain for every commander.
Uthi yena ke sele etshilo uba ebengekho apho akanawo kuba nolwazi lokokuba yathethwa naloo nto kubo.
Ek kan net meld dat die beginsel van instruksie of handeling en bevel in terme van die gebruik van 'n vuurwapen.
I can also explain the principles that goes with the use of firearms.
Uthi ke yena eyona nto anokuyithetha ke yeyokuba ikhona imigaqo yona emisiweyo ehambisana nokusetyenziswa kwemipu.
In termen van staanorde 262 is dit toepaslik op die verskillende vlakke van gebruik van geweld en kontiniem.
It's contained in the standing order 262, where it speaks of a force in continue.
Ukhona lumthetho ubhaliweyo apho kuthethwa khona ngokusetyenziswa kwemipu kwezixhobo okanye ukusetyenziswa nje kwezikhwepha.
Maar dit is nie toepaslik in gevalle van selfverdediging.
But it's not applicable in the cases of...
I think it is only appropriate in cases of private self-defense or private defense. Is that right?
Instruksies is nie toepaslik in gevalle van selfverdediging en
the instructions are not applicable in the case of self-defense and private defense.
Imiyalo ke yona iye ingabi nakusebenza okanye inganyanzeliswa ke kwiimeko abantu bathe bazifumane bekuzo ezokuba se mngciphekweni wokonzakaliswa okanye yokonakaliswa kwempahla.
I'm going to put to you that to say to an inflamed police force unit or units.
Bezos, that's a double question. You first got to ask whether the police force was inflamed, or put it that they were inflamed, and then you can proceed to ask the next question. The question assumes something that's not already on the table, then it's not a good question. To reformulate the question, please.
Formulate. To tell the people that were going to go into the third stage that you can engage without instruction. You can engage without instruction, as the 182 records, is a strange thing to say for people that were going to break up the crowd into groups.
Into yokuba kuthiwe kubantu ingase nenze nje ninganikwanga nomyalelo lo okokuba nenze ntoni xa sekusenzeka into yokuba abantu bathi bengafuni ukuchitheka nizifumane nina nini kwimeko yokuba ningonzakala.
Well, Chair,
I did not say that, Mr. Chairperson.
Chair, we don't understand what could be strange. What could be strange to say in self-defense require no instruction?
That's the point that you have to answer, Mr. Bezos.
Mr. Chairman, I'm entitled to ask him, why was it necessary to remind people that were going to go into this operation that they can shoot without command? That's really what it amounts to.
There are two problems, aren't there? The first is he doesn't know they were reminded that because he wasn't present when they received their instructions. Secondly, Standing Order 262, I think, actually says that. So what's the problem in reminding them about the pertinent provisions of Standing Order 262, if that reminder was in fact given?
We would submit that careful commanders would be very careful in saying that you don't have to wait for a command from me before shooting.
Well, I don't think that to refer is what the witness is saying. I can imagine a commander would say to someone, this is what you must do, but you understand that if you have to defend yourself or defend one of your colleagues, then the ordinary rules of self-defense and private defense apply. And you don't have to wait for a command because otherwise it may be too late. I mean, I take it that's effectively what the witness is saying. Now, is that, Mr. Semenya's point is, what's strange about that?
It is passing strange that there should be a reminder that they don't have to wait for a command to shoot. That's all I'm saying.
The point is in self or private defense, when they're under threat. Now, I understand if it was simply you don't have to wait for a command before you shoot. That would be very strange, particularly in the light of all we know
Yes.
But if it's with those qualifications that have been added, then it's not so strange. Anyway, perhaps it's inappropriate for us to have a debate now. It's more a matter of argument, really. But put your question.
Well, I'll leave it for argument, Mr. Chairman.
And in any event, aren't these questions that should be put to the commanders of the who gave these instructions to the members before the operation? Yeah, I think so. I think that would be more appropriate, if I may say so.
General, do I understand that these rules of engagement were never discussed at the JOCOM meetings? They were not part of any briefings there?
Umbuzo uthi ke in umgaqo wokuthi abantu bazikhusele wona amapolisa la azikhusele yinto ekwakuthethwa ngayo kwinhlanganiso yeJOCOM na?
Commissaris, soos ek kan onthou, was dit gemeld die rules of engagement, maar as dit nie gaan opbreek soos wat ek het nou opgebreek het in terme van die twee fasette, die een skadebestuur staan oor twee sessies.
Yes, I remember, Commissioner, there was discussions about the rules of engagement, but not so extensively, not in the two different categories in which I explained it here.
Kona kuthethiwe ngemigaqo yokuzikhusela akuthethwanga mzulu kangangoba senditshilo apha.
And during which briefing would that have been?
Voorsitter, dit sou waarskynlik gewees het op die Woensdag of die Woensdag aand se nabetragting. Ek kan regtig nie pertinent onthou nie.
Can't pertinently remember, Mr. Chairperson, but I think it was the evening of the 14th when we.
Wednesday was the 15th.
Excuse.
Wednesday was the 15th.
Wednesday the 15th, he says, in the evening when there was some discussion with hindsight.
Dit kon selfs gewees het, voorsitter, in die special JOCOM vergadering op die 16de. Ek kan regtig nie.
Could also have been, Mr. Chairperson, in the JOCOM meeting of the 16th. I'm not sure exactly.
So the witness said the special one, which I take it means the 131. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Le ingxoxo ke yona ile eyenzekayo njengoba ebesitshilo ebeseletshilo uba yena bengekho kuyo yenzeka inoba mhlawumbi pha kwi-15 okanye binoba ngosuku lwe-16 kodwa yena uqobo lwakhe bengekho yona yathethwa lona.
Yes. It has been said by you and previous witnesses that have given evidence on behalf of the police that Marikana was a unique event and an unprecedented event. Do you share that view?
Himself several times in the course of his evidence. Yes. So, unless he's changed his mind since he testified last week, he still shares that view.
Well, it's a preparatory question for what is to follow, Mr. Chairman.
Injalo na into yokuba lento eyehlayo okanye yenzekayo eMarikana yaba into noko ebingaqhelekanga.
Voorsitter, ek het so gesê.
I have said so, Mr. Chairperson.
Aware of the events that occurred particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, in confrontations between the police and people. I see that someone that comes from the province smiling. But let me continue with my question. Are you aware of the history of clashes between armed groups and the police in Natal during the late 80s and early 90s? Some of them even continued into the new era.
Umbuzo uthi ke unalo ulwazi na ngento eyenzeka kwaZulu Natal la minyaka yo-80 nalapha ekuqaleni ko-90 phakathi kwabantu ababexhobile kakhulu.
Voorsitter, advokaat Bisos het dit reeds aan my gestel en hy het ook vir my gesê toe ek sê ek kan nie die pertinente besonderhede onthou nie, het hy vir my gesê dat history is against me.
Mr. Advocate Bisos has already asked me this question, Mr. Chairperson, and when I said I cannot remember the specific instance, that's when he said history is against me.
I've asked you in general terms, but this is specific that I am asking you about, or what happened in KwaZulu-Natal.
Ebethe umhlekazi xa ephendula apha wathi ke ebesele ewuphendule lo mbuzo ubugqiba ukubuzwa ngumhlekazi uBizos yena ke wade wanentetho ethi ushiwe yi-history.
Voorsitter, ek weet nie of die advokaat my gaan help om meer pertinent te wees spesifieke gebeurtenisse.
Mr. Chairperson, if the advocate could be of much more assistance by giving me the pertinent facts.
Of a passage in a judgment of Judge Didcot. I'll give the reference, Mr. Chairman. Senoli versus State President of RSA, 1992, 3 SA 37D, in brackets, at 43 to 44. Spokesman for the police made various points in reply. The main ones were these. The police force had insufficient manpower to cope with all the work it was expected to perform. Works which the arrest had increased vastly, straining its resources. Detachment of policemen encountering armed mobs were likely to find themselves badly outnumbered. To disarm such a mob was a tricky business, even for a large enough squad. Excitement ran high on occasions of that kind. Defiance of the police could not be discounted, and the attempt to enforce commands that were given but disobeyed might meet with resistance, inflaming the situation and leading perhaps to bloodshed. Simply keeping a watch of things in case they got out of hand was often the wiser course. Success in disarming the men entailed, in turn, its own risks. You've heard what I've read. Would you agree or disagree with a learned judge?
Voorsitter, ek is nie bewus van die saak nie. Ek hoor dit nou so. Ek weet nie wat die omstandighede was nie.
I'm hearing this about this case for the first time. I'm not aware of this case. I don't know what the facts were in this case.
Mhlekazi uBizo sebemfundela intetho eyathi yenziwa yijaji eNatal kwimeko eyathi yabakho kulo minyaka yo 80 no 90. Uthi ke yena akazi akanalwazi lwayo uyivile nje ngiba ikhankanywa lonto lo nalo meko nalelo tyalelo lathi laba.
I don't know that I remember that case very vaguely, but I don't remember the facts. But my understanding is from the passage that was read to you, what happened was Judge Didcot was actually summarizing what had been said to him in argument by counsel for the police, explaining the difficulties the police have. It was a case, as far as I remember, about the emergency regulations. The justification for the emergency regulations because of the problems the police would have had otherwise. I think that's the context of the passage. But the point, what is relevant, I think, from Mr. Bezos' question, is not the particular facts of that case, which I think turned on legal questions about the emergency regulations. It's whether you agree with what the judge says the police counsel put to him as being the problems that the police were having, particularly in relation to disarming large groups of people with arms. Am I summarizing correctly, Mr. Peter? And it was the evidence, either the evidence, I think that the case was on motion, so it was presumably a summary by Judge Didcott of what was said in the affidavit by one or other of the police officers. And what Council wants to know from you is whether you agree with what that police officer is alleged to have said.
And also the judge's comment about how the police should deal despite their difficulties.
Voorsitter, ek het geen manier wat ek kan verskil daarmee nie. Dis 'n uitgewyste saak. So dis 'n bevinding wat so gemaak is en so onderteken is.
Case, Mr. Chairperson, there is no way in which I could disagree with the decision so made.
Kwintetho ke le ekuvakala ukuba yavela kwejaji kule icase ibiseNatal. Uthi ke isigqibo sasathathwa impendulo yakhe uthi yena isigqibo kaloku sathathwa yijaji khona apho kwelo tyala. Yena akanalwazi lwalonto eyayiqhubekile bengekho nokubakho apho asikho nto nakho kwanto anokuyithetha yena ngecase okanye ngetyala laseligqityiwe nesigqibo sithathiwe yijaji.
On another topic, in your evidence in chief and in response to our colleague, Mr. Budlander, that what happened at scene 1 was a case of self-defense or private defense. You agree with that?
I'm not sure the witness said that because the witness wasn't there. The witness can only comment upon what he was told. He was in the dock. And you remember the evidence about when exactly they learnt in the dock that they'd been shooting and that sort of thing. So I'm not sure. I don't remember his putting it as
Mr.
boldly
Chairman,
as you
I have
put
a
it now.
careful note. I have a careful note.
Well, let's hear your careful
He
note.
expressed a view about scene 1 and refused to comment on scene 2 because he was not there. This is what his evidence is. He characterized scene 1 as self-defense. When he was asked about scene 2, he said because he was not there, he couldn't say. And I have a simple question. We have a simple question. How can he express a view about scene 1 without being there and refuse to say anything about scene 2 because he was also not there?
Chair, I don't remember his saying that, but anyway, let him answer for himself.
Did he
No,
not
Chair.
in fact say,
Mr.
sorry,
Semenya.
did he not in fact say that he was not aware that there was a scene 2? Wasn't that what the witness said?
I don't think he went as far as that, but I have a note that in scene 2, he was not at the scene and you did not have information. I put it, I have no information at my disposal. You have not, he was asked, have you not done a reconstruction, and you did not take statements of the members involved or interviewed. Indeed, you said, it would be arrogant for me to make an analysis without having been there. And the question that I'm putting in to you is that you had no difficulty in absolving your colleagues from any liability in relation to scene 1, but you had a different view of scene 2.
Mr. Semenya?
Chair, would Mr. Bezos favor us with the reference in the transcript? We have a running transcript.
I haven't got a ready-made reference, but the person that drew this note has put it in italics, which means to me that he looked at the screen and
the difficulty all three of us here have up here at the commission table is we can't remember the evidence given in those terms. And it looks as if Mr. Semenya shares our difficulty. Let's cut it short to ask the witness. Can you remember saying that, Major General?
So dit is vir my moeilik. Dit is asof daar 'n gedeelte van my getuienis aangehaal word uit konteks wat vooraf gesê is of wat daarna gesê is.
The difficulty here, Mr. Chairperson, is it looks as though something has been taken out of context in my evidence and being put to me now.
Ek sal graag die transkripsie onder oor wil hê dat ons pertinent dit in totaliteit kan sien.
I would like to have the transcript so that I can read the whole thing and contextualize it in its totality.
Lento beyibuza uba ebeyithethile na uthi ke yena ubunzima bakhe kukuba xa kuzawumane kusithiwa kuye ubuthethe wathi ingathethwa ngolona hlobo ngqo yena ebethethe ngalo iyamoyisa uba angayiphendula ke into efana naleyo okunokwenza uba makucace kakuhle uba eyona nto beyithethile yintoni kukuba kudlalwe leyo ndawo yentetho leyo ikhankanywayo.
Voorzitter, ek het ook in my getuienis het ek gesê dat op ten tye van die voorvalle was ons nie bewus dat daar pertinente toneel 1 en toneel 2 was nie. Ook
I remember well, Mr. Chairperson, my evidence, I said I cannot pertinently remember that we were aware of scene 1 and 2.
Uthi ke yena into ayikhumbulayo yeyokuba ke kumbuzo buke wawubuzwa yena waphendula esithi yena akakhumbula uba kweyiphi indawo leyo yokuqala okanye yesibini.
Two scenes, and he wasn't aware of the fact that there were two scenes, around about page 8336. But I can't find the specific passage which Mr. Bezos has put. If it's there somewhere, it's certainly not on that page. But anyway, it seems sensible to wait to get the exact passage that you have in mind, Mr. Bezos, or those instructing you, in fairness to the witness, because, as I say, I don't remember him saying that. And I think if he had said it, I would have remembered it. But maybe I'm wrong in that respect.
And Mr. Chairman, we can leave it open as a question, and he will be cross-examined by others, I am told, and we can refurnish the page numbers that we have and speak for itself.
Those advising you, I see, is handing a laptop to one of the others who are advising you, namely Ms. Wielden. If that's the passage, then
it's an email from an absent member, Mr. Chairman.
It doesn't help that particular passage. All right, okay. So we won't tarry at this point for the moment. We'll move on.
The provincial commissioner is recorded as having said at the 6 o'clock meeting, "We will end this matter today." Do you recall that?
So, what 6 o'clock meeting are you talking about? The media briefing was at 9:30. I don't think she was at the JOCCOM at 6 o'clock.
Or it may been the briefing, Mr. Chairman.
Well, if it was the briefing, then it was 9:30.
The JOCCOM meeting at 6, they decided to continue on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It was at 9:30. It was a 9:30 media briefing with Lieutenant General Mbombo, when she said clearly and unambiguously that the police will ask the protesters to leave, but if they don't, she does not want to say what will happen, but that the matter will be ended today. Do you agree that obviously this meant that stage 3 will be activated if the protesters did not disperse and disarm before the end of the day?
Voorzitter, ek stem nie saam nie.
I don't agree with that, Mr. Chairperson.
Kulentetho yokuba kuthiwe
no
kwabakho intetho ethi ukuba aba bantu bazawuthi bangavumi ukuchitheka kuzawuthathwa ke olunye ke kwakhona unyathelo liqatha uthi ebengekho ke yena kulonto akananto anokuyithetha.
Did you say that this is the first time that you hear these words being said to have been uttered by the provincial commissioner?
Dit sê ek ook nie, voorsitter, ek het hierdie woorde gehoor.
That's not what I'm saying. I have heard the words before, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi ubuzwa ukuba ke uthetha uba wena ke awunontetho kwinto ekuvakalayo apho ukuba ibithethwa ngucommissioner we-province. Uthi ke yena akatsho njalo kodwa uthi ebengekho apho ke but akanantetho tu.
He says he didn't understand them the way you put them to him. I think that's my understanding of his evidence. In other words, he heard us say that, words to that effect, but he didn't understand them to have the meaning that you say they have. I think
that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
That's correct, sir.
What do you say?
Eyona nto ebeyithethile umhlekazi lo yeyokuba ke akho nto afuna ukuphawula ngayo uyivile lo ntetho yena.
How is this going to help us? She's going to come and give evidence. Someone's going to ask her, did she say that? And if she admits it, then she'll be asked what she meant. And if she doesn't admit it, then other things may happen. But is there any point in asking this witness how he understands the words, with the words of the
Mr. Chairman, if there was a decision taken at 9:30 that it will end today, it is a matter of some importance of the intention that is expressed.
Proceed with the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Proceed with the question.
Yes. Was there any particular hurry why the matter should be dealt with on the 16th?
Kwakukho into engxamisekileyo na ebange ukuba lo mba lo kusetyenzane nawo okanye kuthethwe ngawo ungxamisekile awunakulinda kude kufike lo mhla uxelwayo.
Voorsitter, ek het nou 2 vrae gekry wat nie noodwendig dieselfde is nie.
I received 2 questions now from advocate which are not the same.
Just to concentrate on the second one. Why Thursday?
Voorsitter, die konteks soos ek het verstaan het wat die provinsiale kommissaris gesê het, sy was
context as I understood in which the provincial commissioner said
sy was bewus van die gesprekvoering wat plaasgevind het die aand van die 15de en dit was ook so na oorgedra.
She was aware of the discussions that took place the night before and it was carried over to her.
Into yena ke ayivileyo ibithethwa nguye ucommissioner yeyokuba ebekhona uyithethile lo nto ayithethileyo yena ngokunokwakhe kanalwazi lwayo.
En sy die optimisme gedeel dat die president van AMCU die persone sou oortuig of die stakers sou oortuig om hulle wapens neer te lê.
She showed that she was optimism that the president of AMCU would be able to convince his members to lay down their arms.
Uthi commissioner into beyithethile ibiyeyokuba yena unenkolelo kakuhle yokuba upresident lo waba bantu uzawukwazi ukuthetha nabantu bakhe ade abenze ba mabade bavume ukuzibeka phansi izixhobo.
Voorsitter, daar was geen haas gewees om 09:30 om na vlak 3 te hoor te gaan nie.
There was no hurry as such, Mr. Chairperson, at 9:30 to go over to stage 3.
Ngelo xesha lika 9:30 bekungekho mfuneko okanye into inyanzelisayo kuba makuthathwe olunye unyathelo.
I'm sorry, I was reading the document. You mind repeating, Mr. Interpreter?
So there was no hurry at 9:30 that they should resort to stage 3.
Yes, and there was no reason for the provincial commissioner to say so, that it would be finished on that day.
No. You and the witness are talking past each other. He says there was no haste or hurry at 9:30. You're not talking about 9:30. You're talking about the Thursday, that day. Yes. So if you ask one question and he understands you to ask another, then we're not going to get anywhere. So I suggest you repeat the question, make it clear. You're not confining your question to 9:30, but it's the whole day.
What was the hurry? Why did the matter have to be finished that day?
Into eyona ke into binganyelwe intoni binyenzelisa ukuba mawugqitywe lo mba ngayo lo mini na.
Voorzitter, ek het telkens daarna verwys en ek sal met graag weer in die detail ingaan.
Referred to it on several occasions in the past, Ms. Chairperson. I'd have to go through those details again.
Sendithethe kambalwa ngawo lo mba okwangoku ke sekufuneka niyanzelekilena uba mandiphinde ndithethe ngawo.
Chair, if Mr. Berger was here, he was going to support my objection. We have been through this evidence. He's going to tell us the negotiations collapsed. There was no, and then he's going to repeat it until we come tomorrow.
Mr. Bezos?
Mr. Chairman, he's a senior officer.
Mr. Semenya says he told us already.
Yes.
And these answers on record, he says.
Yes.
What do you say about that?
And we know that you don't give up as a matter of principle on negotiations. Why did the negotiations not continue?
Right, that's a different question.
Yes.
Mr. Semenya's problem is you wanted to get him to repeat what he said before. Now, you really are doing that as a prelude to attacking the reasons being given for acting that day. So why don't you just attack the reasons being given for acting on that day without going through the stuff we've been through already? That's really Mr. Semenya's problem.
Yes.
So
well, the question is, I thought, simple enough. There was no urgency on the 16th to put an end to it on that day.
Do you agree with that, Major General?
Voorzitter, nee, ek kan nie daarmee saamstem nie. Daar was 'n pertinente redes en verhoogde risiko's.
I cannot agree with that. There were pertinent reasons and risks, verhoogde, increased risks why action had to be taken.
Uthi kwakukho imeko enyanzelisayo ngalomini eyokokuba kwenziwe lonto eyathi yagqitywa ngoku akasafuni ukuba makabe ephinda ethetha ngalonto.
If on the evidence as a whole that we have heard thus far, there was an emergency in the mind of the employers, and particularly Lonmin, in the unprotected strike should come to an end. Had you been told that?
Voorzitter, daar 'n noodgeval was.
That there was an emergency.
En dat hierdie onbeskermde staking nou onmiddellik tot 'n einde moet kom. Ek weet nie van so iets nie.
Unprotected strike should come to an immediate end. I'm not aware of that.
Into yokokuba ke kwakukho imeko engekho right ngaloo mini ngelo xesha nento yokokuba bekufuneka aba bantu beyekile okanye bebeke phansi nje lento yoqhankqalazo lwabo ukuthi akanalwazi ngalento.
Where was your JOC office?
Voorzitter, ek het reeds verduidelik dit was op Lonmin se gronde gewees.
I've already explained it was on the grounds of Lonmin.
By 'n sentrum
Middelkraal,
ek dink Middelkraal Rescue Center of so iets.
I think it's called Middelkraal Rescue Center or something like that.
Lentlanganiso yabo uthi yena beselechile uba kumhlaba wakwa Lonmin uyalibala nje elona gama lalendawo ubukuyo.
Who provided the services that were necessary by the police other than Lonman?
What kind of services do you mean? What kind of services do you mean by the question?
Phones, catering arrangements, and other necessities for the presence of the police.
Kubani ke owayewenzile amalungiselelo okokuba mayibe khona loo ntlanganiso into efana nokuba izawuba phi yawuba yintoni into abazawuthi bayixhamleke kwiziselo nantoni kodwa ke abona abantu bebaququzelela ukuze leyo ntlanganiso ikwazi ukuqhutywa ibingubani okanye obani.
Voorzitter, telefone het ons eie cellulaire telefone gebruik.
Telephones, Mr. Chairperson, we had our own cellular phones we're using.
Met die uitsondering van een landlyn wat beskikbaar was in die
except one landline that was made available at the JOC.
Sover ek kan onthou was dit slegs beperk tot oproepe wat gemaak was na die JOC toe.
I am not sure, but I think it was limited to calls that would be made to the JOC.
Die faciliteit.
Please.
Interpreting it also. Let's get a chance to interpret as well. Otherwise, people in the auditorium, many of them, won't understand what's being said.
Voorzitter, die geboue pertinent die JOC was behoort aan Lonman.
The buildings, Mr. Chairperson, particularly those occupied by JOC, are property of Lonman.
Lendawo le isakhiwo esibekuphethwe le meeting kuyo yona ngeya kwa Lonman kanti ke beseletshilo ukuba banazo i-telephone zabo abazisebenzisayo ikhona ke le ihamba phansi emhlabeni okanye engeyiyo le cellphone abebeyisebenzisa engeya kwa Lonman nayo.
Voorzitter, dan het ek ook verwys in my getuienis na die mediese personeel wat deur 911 in 'n kontrak met Lonman verskaf was.
We also mentioned in my evidence, Chairperson, to the medical team which was contracted to 911 by Lonman and also referred to the fire brigade.
Lonman also provided a helicopter.
Ek weet nie of ek moet wag vir die tolke elke keer en of
Lonman ke naye nguye lo owenza uba makubekwe helicopter enokusetyenziswa.
Voorzitter, sover het my bekend is dit nie 'n Lonman helikopter nie, dit is wel 'n Protea Coin helikopter.
As far as I know, Mr. Chairperson, it doesn't belong to Lonman. What I know is that it belongs to Protea Coin Securities.
Uthi ke ngokolwazi lwakhe ihelicopter le ibingeyo yakwa Lonman.
The police pay the firm that you say it belonged to, or was it supplied by Lonman free of charge to the police?
Umbuzo uthi ke ngoku amapolisa ke ayihlawulele ke leyo helicopter uyixela uba ibingeya kwabani okanye iLonman le eyenza ukuba mayide ibe ibakhona iyakwazi ukusetyenziswa na.
Voorzitter, ek het reeds gemeld en ek het ook getuig dat die helikopter aangebied was deur meneer De Waal.
Made mention, Mr. Chairperson, and I also mentioned that it was provided by a Mr. De Waal
van Protea Coin
of Protea Coin.
Uthi besele nditshilo ukuba ke ihelicopter le iyathunyelwa ngumhlekazi De Waal.
Dit is korrek, so weer eens sover ek weet is dit nie 'n Lonman nie en ek weet nie of Lonman enige uitgawes gedraai het rondom die helikopter nie.
I don't know it to belong to Lonman. Whether Lonman had any thing to pay, I have no idea.
He wants to know whether the police had anything to pay because of the loan of the helicopter.
I'll come to this.
Into yokuba yahlawulwa na le Lonman okanye kwahlawulelwa ukusetyenziswa kwayo le helicopter kwahlawulelwa ukusetyenziswa kwayo na okanye akuzange ukuhlawula kanalwazi laleyo.
Voorzitter, nie sover ek bewus is nie, ek dink nie daar is enige betaling gemaak deur die polisie aan Protea Coin.
Far as I know, Mr. Chairperson, I don't know whether there was any payment from the SAPS to Protea.
akanalwazi lokokuba ikhona na inhlawulo eyenziwayo noba inoba yenziwe ngamapolisa akanalwazi lwaloo nto.
Was there a perception created that there was a friendly relationship between the police and Lonman?
Umbuzo uthi ibikhona na into ebithe yenzeka ebenokudala ukuba makubekho ingcinga ezithi kukubuhlobo buthile phakathi kweLonmin namapolisa na?
Voorsitter, my gevalle wat ek met Lonmin se bestuur gedeel het, was dit totaal professioneel.
My dealings with Lonmin management was on a professional basis only, Mr. Chairperson.
Uthi yena indibano eyathi yabakhona phakathi kwakhe nabakwaLonmin ibiyinto nje engeyomsebenzi qha.
So ek weet nie die verwysing na 'n friendly relationship nie, dit was 'n professionele verhouding wat ons gehad
het.
Do
not know of any friendly relationship. The relationship we had was a professional one.
Soos die polisie ook het met verskeie ander rolspelers.
As the police had with other role players, Mr. Chair.
Any senior member, you or any senior member of the police conveyed to Lonman that one of their leaders suggest to Lonman that they should meet the demand of the protesters and going to address them.
Voorsitter, kan die vraag herhaal word? Ek verstaan nie die vraag lekker.
If the question of
my attention has been drawn that I interrupted the interpreter. If I did so, do you want to continue? I'll repeat the question.
I also could not follow the question.
Did you
repeat it, Mr. B?
Yes. Did you or any other police officer approach Lonman to convey to them that the protesters insisted on a high-ranking official of Lonman to go to address them?
Kubani ukhona na owathetha nabo aba bakwaLonmin noba nguwo okanye ngamanye amapolisa okanye kula mapolisa aphezulu abathethayo ukuba makudeske kubekho oloncedo okanye ukuhlangabezwa oko ngabo abakwaLonmin na?
Voorsitter, generaal-majoor Mpembe was die aangewese offisier wat deurgaans met Lonmin en die Unies in onderhandeling betrokke was.
Chairperson, throughout, General Mpembe was the person who was the person in conducting the discussion between the workers and Lonmin.
Uthethathethwano lwalukhona apho lwabakhona komnye wabaphezulu okanye baphetheyo eyona nto ibisenzeka ngenxa yabasebenzi.
Voorsitter, dan was dit ook so deur die JOC via die Lonmin JOC verteenwoordiger oorgedra.
It was also at the JOC carried over to the Lonmin representative as such.
Yonke into ke eyathi yadluliselwa kubo abakwaLonmin abo idluliselwe ngomnye wamalungu ayo iJOC le.
En dan voorsitter, op die 15de die middag,
afternoon of the 15th, Mr. Chairperson,
ngexesha lasemva kwemini ngomhla we-15,
terwyl ons besig was met die reëlings om die onderskeie presidente van AMCO en NOEM met hulle delegasies te vervoer na die forward holding area.
Whilst we were busy with the transportation of the different leaders of NOEM and AMCO to their people,
ngelixa bekuthuthwa amalungu la kuzawudityanwa nabaseLonmin nabantu abaziinkokheli zalamalungu.
Het ek het ook aan meneer Godle en Kwadi genoem.
I also mentioned Mr. Godle and Mr. Kwadi.
Wathetha kumhlekazi uGodle noKwadi.
Of enige ander offisiere dit gedoen het, kan ek nie oor getuig nie.
Whether any other officer mentioned this, I cannot say.
Noba ke kunokwenzeka kuba mhlawumbe komnye wamapolisa abasezikhundleni wathetha akanalwazi.
You have expressed support and spoke of your compliance with the police orders, the legislation, the constitution.
Uthethile ke wena ngokuxhasa kwakho imiyalo neendlela zokusebenza apha esipoliseni okanye emapoliseni.
Voorsitter, ek het verwys daarna toe die kwessie opgehaal is na aanleiding van die polisie se openingsverklaring.
I responded to that as a result of a question that was put based on the opening statement of the police.
Yes.
Ndithethile ke ngalonto kodwa ke bendithethela phezukwento ibibuziwe ngokwendlela zokusebenza ezamapolisa.
The order that requires the police after any mishap or any action to hold a debriefing and note anything that may have been outward in order to avoid repetition. That order is well known to you.
Haven't we covered this area before? My understanding is the police admit that's what the rule says. They normally do it. They're also supposed to have a review in terms of one of the other documents. But they explained they deviated from that because, A, they were having the Potchefstroom meeting, and B, they expected this commission to, in effect, conduct the review and give advice as to what should happen. That may or may not be a good explanation, but that point has been covered. Unless you've got a new angle on it, I'm not proposing to allow you to do it, but may I suggest you think about it, we take the tea adjournment, and then after that, when we come back...
I'll be very brief after the adjournment.
All right. Well, we'll see. We take the tea adjournment. abomination that some people have to go through.
I'll accept the qualification. Were you aware of the necessity to hold a debriefing?
Kwakunjalo uba khona kwabakho intlanganiso ebekuyo ayikhange bende kangako.
So I don't want to cut you unduly short, but did this witness take the decision not to have a debriefing, or did somebody else? Is it not a? Shouldn't we find out who made the decision?
He was a senior officer.
Oh, well, shouldn't we find out who made the decision and then ask that person? But anyway, you run your own ship. I'm not going to run.
I want to check his commitment to the standing orders and the Constitution and the legislation, Mr. Chairman.
Ufuna uqonda nje ukuba umiphi kwinto yokuba abe ngozinikezeleyo kumgaqo seko nendlela zokusebenza.
Voorzitter, staande orde 262 vereis dat daar 'n nabetragting moet gehou word na aanleiding van 'n skarebestuuroperasie.
Chairperson, Standing Order 262 states that after any protest action, there should be a hindsight. They should look at the whole thing from a hindsight.
Uthi ke kule migaqo yabo yokusebenza bengamapolisa.
There was also a requirement in the letter that I think it was the National Commissioner signed in July 2012, only a month before the events with which we are concerned, in which the need for a review after force was used, firearms were fired and so on, is also repeated as far as I remember. Is that correct?
Voorzitter, ja, weer eens verwysend na skadebestuuroperasies.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, also with reference to management of crowds.
Kunjalo ba ukhona wona umyalo lo uthi xa kuthe kwenzeka uba kubekho izidubedube okanye udweshu kuhle kuba makubekho uthethathethwano nabantu kanti ikhona nemiyalo ekhoyo ngokucacileyo apho uba eyona nto ifuneka imfuneko okanye inyanzelisayo kuba makuphinde kuzanywe uba kubekho uthethathethwano nabantu.
Your predecessors in the witness box said that they didn't have a debriefing because the appointment of a commission was made by the president.
Kukho lo othi ke ayizange ke ibekho lonto yokuba makubekho ukudibana kubekho nothethathethwano ngenxa yokuba ucommissioner uappointwe upresident.
Hoor jy sê so, advokaat?
I hear you say so, advocate.
Ndiyakuva usitsho.
Do you subscribe to that excuse or to that statement? I don't want to judge it as an excuse. But we subscribe to that statement.
Mbuzo uthi uyayichasa na wena lonto ithethekileyo lendigqiba ukuxela yona.
Voorzitter, ek het in my getuienis verduidelik dat in 'n mate was Potch waarskynlik 'n nabetragting, maar dit was nie 'n pertinente SWOT-analise van die omstandighede nie.
I have explained, Mr. Chairperson, in my evidence that Potch was not a SWOT analysis, but
to an extent. Voorzitter, want ek verder gemeld dat Standaard 262 is geskryf en dis een van die leemtes vir 'n pertinente skadebestuuroperasie. Hierdie was 'n hibriede situasie wat baie wyer was as net 'n Standaard 262 beginsels.
In terms of the principles of Standing Order 262, Mr. Chairperson, this was a much more broader thing, broader than what is prescribed in.
It was a hybrid. He added it was a hybrid operation, not just public order policing.
a hybrid, yes.
Uthi lo myalo lo ungumyalo weengcebiso kanti ke ukhona ke lo unyanzelisayo ukuba malubekho uthethathethwano.
Ek het ook gemeld dat daar 3 vlakke van nabetragting is in terme van eers die bevelvoerders, dan die volgende vlak en dan die finale vlak waar eksterne rolspelers ook betrokke is.
I also realized that there were 3 sessions of hindsight looking at this thing from 3 different levels, this more senior officials and the ranks following the
external role players. The involvement of external role players on the third.
And the involvement, say, of external role players.
Do you subscribe to this?
Voorzitter, ek is nog bezig.
I'm still busy, Mr. Chairperson.
As ek net kan voortgaan asseblief.
If I could just proceed, say.
He's not busy, Mr. Bezos. He says, he asked whether he can proceed with his answer. So I don't think you heard that, but I think we should let him proceed with his answer. Otherwise, he'll just ask us again. So carry on, Mr.
Voorzitter, ja, en dan het ek saamgestem met die neiging dat ons nie 'n formele nabetragting hou nie.
And then I also agree, Mr. Chairperson, with that we did not have a formal debriefing.
Ek het verder pertinente redes gegee daarvoor in term van ons wou nie dat ons lede dink ons is besig om hulle te oordeel nie.
Pertinent reasons there that our members should not have gained the impression that we are
to judge them.
Busy judging them.
Futhi ke bekukho lento ethi beningakhange nibe namizamo yokuba nidibane niphinde nibe nothethathethwano emva kokuba kwenzeke into eninzi ethe yenzeka. Uthi ewe kona kunjalo, into enyanzelisekayo yeyokuba kufuneka kubekho uthethathethwano nasemva kokuba kubekho izinto ezingamnandanga okanye ezidubedube, kuphinde kubonisanwe nabantu, kucetyisanwe nabantu.
En ons het pertinent gevoel dat die commissie
pertinently felt that the commission
is in 'n beste posisie om 'n objektiewe oordeel te vel in terme van die omstandighede rondom Marikana.
To look at the circumstances surrounding Marikana.
Kuyo yonke ke le meko eyona nto bebeyisayijongile ibiyeyokuba noko ke njengokuba lento izawuba phambi kwekomishoni, ikomishoni izawuthi kwisigqibo sayo kubekho mhlawumbe iingcebiso okanye indlela enokuthi ithathwe ukwenza uba makulungisanwe.
When did the terms of reference of the Commission come to your notice?
Umbuzo uthi wayiqonda nini okanye wayiva nini lento yokokuba kuzawuba kwi-commission?
Voorzitter, ek kan nie presiese datum onthou nie. Ek weet die president het aangedui op die 17de dat daar 'n kommissie aangekondig gaan word. Ek weet dat dit iewers in die middel van die volgende week was.
On the 17th that there was going to be a commission. I'm not sure of exact date when these terms and reference were made.
To say so, he said something about he thought in the middle of the following week.
The following week,
the terms of reference came out.
So dit sal aan die week van maandag die 20ste wees, die week wat daarop volg.
That would have been in the week of the 20th, in the days following.
Uthi ke akaqondi uba ke yena uyive nini ncam, kodwa ke weva yena uba upresident usithathile isigqibo sokokuba kuza kufuneka kubekho i-commission kwixesha elikufutshane, whether ibiveke elandeleyo okanye nini, kodwa ebeyivile yona into ikhankanyo yokokuba kuzawubakho i-commission.
Was or were the terms of reference of the Commission referred to in your discussions at Potchefstroom?
Umbuzo uthi ke kwiingxoxo zenu ePotchefstroom kwabakho indlela ekuzawuthi kusetyenzwe ngayo, kuqhutywe ngayo kuloo commission, kwathethwa nangaleyo into?
That is correct, voorzitter.
It's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
More particularly, inquire into, make findings, report on, and make recommendations concerning, among other things, the conduct of the South African Police Services, SAPS, in particular, whether by act or omission or directly or indirectly caused loss of life or harm to person or property. Were you aware of that term of reference to the Commission whilst you were meeting at Potchefstroom?
Imiba kwakuza kufuneka iqwalaselwe kuyo iCommission le ubunolwazi na ukuba ithini eyona ndlela kuthiwa iza kusebenza ngayo kuzawufuneka isebenze ngayo le commission nathetha nangayo ePotchefstroom?
Is bewus daarvan, voorsitter?
I am aware of that, Mr. Chairman.
Uthi unalo ulwazi lwaloo nto.
Is there anything in Exhibit L that you prepared which deals with whether by act or omission it indirectly or indirectly caused loss of life or harm to persons?
Uzibake ngoku ke kwathethwa na kwamisa uba kuzawuqhutywa njani uba makuphandwe izinto ezinoba zithe zenzekana, izenzo ezinoba zithe ekugqibeleni zadala ukonzakala okanye ukusweleka kwabantu, izinto ezinoba ziyeza zabakho ezidale umonzakalo kubantu.
Chair, our reading of the terms of reference are those injunctions are that of the Commission. It is the Commission that is to make those findings and to make those recommendations.
I don't understand the objection, Mr. Chairman. What is it that my friend is objecting to? I am asking whether anyone at the meeting in Potchefstroom raised the question, were there any acts or omissions so that we can report to the Commission? It is our duty to report it, and his predecessors in the witness box said that this was the purpose of Exhibit L, to inform the Commission. What is my learned friend's objection?
Asked that way, there is no objection. Asked the previous way, there was an objection, Chair.
There's objection by reformulating your question. Let's carry on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going I must object, Mr. Chairman, to these questions which are really
Not objection. You asked a question, Mr. Semenya objected. You then reformulated your question. He says his objection falls away. Let's get on with the case and not argue about objections to objections, because otherwise we'll have objections to objections to objections, and that'll waste time. Let's carry on.
I would, with the greatest respect, submit that this interruption was not a genuine objection, Mr. Chairman. My learned friend must be a little patient with the questions. They are not to be judged by him with respect. That's all I want to say. I find it disruptive, but I will try and keep onto the straight and narrow path.
I'm sure you will, Mr. Speaker.
The question was, did anybody say, look at the terms of reference, the Commission wants to know whether or not we committed any act or made any omissions which led to loss of life. Did anybody ask that question?
Umbuzo uthi ke ukhona na ePotchefstroom kule ntlanganiso benikuyo umbuzo othi owona mgaqo ukhona na omisiweyo owokokuba izawuqhuba ngoluphuhlobo iCommission? Zintoni izinto ekuzawunyanzeleka ukuba iziqwalasele iqhube ngoluphuhlobo na?
Voorsitter, die terms of reference was voorgehou. Die pertinente vraag was nie so uiteengesit soos meneer Bisos dit nou stel nie.
The terms of reference were laid bare there, Mr. Chairman, but the question wasn't as put as it has been put now by Advocate Bezos.
Kwathethwa ngawo umgaqo ozawulandelwa yiyo iCommission xa sele imiselwe ukuba yenze uphando, noxa ke kungakhange kungenwe ngolu hlobo umhlekazi uBezos abuza ngalo, kuthethiwe kona ukuthethwa ngendlela ekuyawuthi kusetyenzwe ngayo iCommission.
What question was asked about how can we, what do we have to disclose to the Commission in relation to our actions or our omissions which may have led to loss of life? What question was put in relation to that matter, General?
Owona mbuzo ke owabuzwayo ke ngayo le commission lo izawumiselwa waba khona na ofana nalo othi ngoku sizawuthini kuyo iCommission, zintoni izinto esizawuzithetha, izinto esizawuthi sizityhile okanye siziveze, sawuqhuba ngoluphi uhlobo kuyo iCommission? Yabakho imibuzo efana naleyo na ePotchefstroom?
Voorsitter, ons het die feite soos bekend aan die SAPD.
Chairperson, the facts as were known to the SAPS.
Sorry to interrupt, General. The question was, did anybody ask that question in those words or substantially similar phrases?
I thought he said no to that. I thought he said he answered that question in the negative. Am I wrong? Well, let's see. Did anybody ask that question in terms at the Potch conference?
Voorsitter, ek het geantwoord dat ons die terms of reference was voorgehou. Die betrokke vraag was nie sodanig gestel nie. Ek het dit so geantwoord.
My response, Mr. Chairperson, was that the terms of reference were put before us at Potchefstroom, but the questions asked, as Mr. Bezos has put it, was not asked by anyone.
Uthi ke ePotchefstroom eyona ndlela beku ibimiselwe ukuba iCommission le izawuqhuba ngayo, kwathethwa ngayo. Akuthethwanga ngolu hlobo umhlekazi uBezos abuza ngalo.
Please tell us the words that were used which were different to my words in relation to whether or not a question was asked, have we committed any act? Have we omitted to perform any act which will be of assistance to the Commission? That is the question. I don't mind the phraseology, the substance of the question. Did anybody ask it?
Umhlekazi Bezos kukho owabuzayo na ngolhlobo bendibuze ngalo kuqala ndisithi ukhona na umuntu othe wanombuzo othi ngoku izawubakho nje le commission le kuzawufuneka isebenze njani phezukwayo yonke lonto ke ngakwelethu icala singamapolisa intoni esiyakuthi siyokuyiveza sikhankanye kuyo lo commission ukuze kucace ukuba zinoba zikhona na impazamo ezithe zavela ngakwelethu icala inoba ikhona na into okanye isenzo esithe senzeka ngakwelethu icala singamapolisa na.
Voorsitter, die enigste manier hoe ek kan antwoord is dat ons 'n samestelling van die feite soos bekend aan ons wat ingesluit het dokumente, wat ingesluit het foto's
is to give a complete
het ons saamgestel
for a ruling to the witness to answer the question.
Of all the facts that were known to us and we compiled.
He's still busy answering it. We won't know till he's finished if he's actually answered it completely. So let him
Facts that were known to them, Mr. Chairman.
I think Mr. Bezos' problem is you simply gave us facts. You didn't set out points of criticism, things that could have been done, that weren't done, omissions were made, and so on. And I understood from Mr. Semenya that in due course a document covering those matters will be put before the Commission. I think what Mr. Bezos is about is why, when this document was prepared, didn't it also deal with aspects of that kind? Why did it confine itself to the facts as you described? Is that basically your point, Mr. Bezos?
I would have expected, Mr. Chairman, the General to say, here the President is asking this question. What is our answer? This is my question, Mr. Chairman.
Now, who is the chairperson? You did tell us before, but I've forgotten. Who was the chairperson at this conference?
Was de brigadier van Graan, voorzitter.
The brigadier van Graan.
He's the one who should have asked that question if it was going to be asked at all. Is that right?
Voorzitter, ek het dit so verduidelik, ja, dat ek en generaal Naidu en generaal Mpembe en generaal Mbombo was nie eers 'n derentyd teenwoordig nie. So die verwagting was op hom om die verrigtinge te lei.
The expectations were on him to lead the proceedings, Chairperson. As I mentioned that myself, General Naidu, General Mpombo were not present all the time during the Potchefstroom discussion.
Uthi ke ngoku ku ePotchefstroom koluthethathethwano ke ukho obeyikhokhele yonke lento ibingu Farlam. Yena ke nabanye ke bekubakho amaxesha abangekhoyo ngawo kulo ndibano leyo, kodwa ke yona yathethwa into ezawuthi yenzeke.
Die benadering was geweest, as ons die feite op die tafel sit, dan sal die kommissie besluit of daar enigiets is wat ons gedoen het, of moes gedoen het, of nie gedoen het.
The approach was that if all the facts have been laid on the table, it would then be the commission that make the decision as to whether there was any act or omission that that can be put on the SAPS.
Into yathethekayo phaya yaba yeyokuba sizawuthetha singamapolisa, sizawuthetha yonke ke into esiyaziyo, sibeke inyaniso phambi kwayo iCommission. Yonke into ezawuthi ikhokhelele kwisigqibo xa sele siyibekile thina, isigqibo sawuthathwa yiyo iCommission.
Do you approve of Exhibit L?
The question, Mr. Chairperson, the you, is it used in its plural or singular form?
Thou approve of Exhibit L.
Voorzitter, bewysstuk L is nie deur 'n individu pertinent afgeteken nie.
Exhibit L was not signed off by an individual, by one person, Mr. Chairman.
Dit was die eindproduk.
It was the end product
van Potchefstroom,
of end project of Potchefstroom,
waar daar kollektief deur 'n verskeidenheid van polisie senior offisiere,
where there was a collective of a variety of senior police officials,
besluit was dat dit die beste is wat die Suid-Afrikaanse polisie diens kan,
who decided that it was the best the South African police services,
en die mees omvattende hoe ons kan dit oordra, die feite aan ons bekend,
could carry over the facts to the commission.
In the most comprehensive way possible, I think.
In the most comprehensive way, yes.
Kukho umqulu othe wanikwa uphawu lwalapha elungu L, into eyenzekayo ePotchefstroom kwakuthethiwe ke ukuba thina ke sawufika sibeke inyaniso, sithethe inyaniso yonke into eyathi yenzeka, siyandlala phambi kwayo iCommission ibe izawuba yiyo ke ezawuthi ithathe isigqibo, yiyo zakutsho ukuba kufuneka kwenzeke into nemva kwento yonke eyawube ibekiwe phambi kwayo iCommission.
Did you yourself draw attention to the fact that there was nothing in Exhibit L that would help the Commission come to the conclusion as to whether or not there were any acts or omissions?
Voorzitter, nee, dis daarom nie waar nie.
No, that is not correct.
Directly or indirectly caused loss of life or harm to persons or property. Did you read it? Did you approve of it, despite the absence of dealing with what the President wanted to know?
Voorzitter, die bewystuk L is deur spek na verwysings in terme van handelinge deur die polisie.
Exhibit L, Mr. Chairperson, spec, with respect. You say?
Dear spec.
Spec.
Full constant reference.
Or the Exhibit L is full of reference by a variety of...
it is probably a good word. It's littered with...
information put up by the police.
Uthi lo mqulu ke unento eninzi oyithethayo oyivezayo njengokuba ke uthe wadityaniswa ubhalwa ngawamapolisa.
Voorzitter, elke verwysing wat daar is in terme van die plan, in terme van die ontplooiing van hulpbronne,
reference pertaining to the plans, deployment.
Uyathetha ngendlela ukuya kuthi kwemidlalo yonke into eyenzekayo, indlela ekwasetyenzwa ngayo, amacebo athi abekwa uba makusetyenzwe ngokwaloo ndlela icetyisiweyo ngaphakathi kwawo wodwa amapolisa njalo.
Sekerlik verwysend na handelinge of dan acts.
Will have reference to acts or omissions.
Kuthethwe ke kuwo lowo mqulu ozawuthi unikezwe.
It refers to acts.
Underline.
Doesn't refer to omissions expressly, but insofar as everything that's not there isn't there, that's an omission, I suppose.
Sorry, acts, handling, yes. It refers to acts.
General, we are going to argue that despite our efforts to get you to give us a straight answer, we are going to submit that you and the senior officers ignored a fundamental request by the President as to what he wanted, particularly from SAPS.
Uthi ke Mhlekazi, intetho esiyawuthi ke sime ngayo apha emva kwento yonke ezabe seyithethekile siza kuthi wena Mhlekazi awuvumanga ukuba uphume nenyaniso usiphendule utsho ukuba ezi zinto bezinqwenelwa ngupresident ukuba mazenzeke azikhange zenzeke ngolo hlobo.
Voorzitter, ek hoor dat die advokaat het gaan argumenteer. Ek kan net eens verwys na die getuienis wat ek gelewer het.
That argument, I want to refer once again to the evidence.
En dat pertinente feite daar gestel is en so geopenbaar is.
And the pertinent facts attached thereto and the references.
En dat sodanige feite soos dit neergesit is kan dui op het sy dit dan handelinge is.
Such facts put before this commission.
Of die afwesigheid van sodanige handelinge.
Are resulted to certain action or absence of such action.
En het sy dit direk of indirek gelei het tot die verlies van lewens.
Whether it was directly or indirectly linked to the deaths.
En ek het ook verwys dat die kommissie is 'n objektiewe gesagsliggaam.
As ek kan die laaste herhaal.
En ek het ook verwys dat die kommissie word geag as 'n liggaam wat objektief kan kyk na die pertinente feite soos wat dit daar gestel is.
So mentioned that the commission is looked at as the only objective
body which can look
objectively at the facts.
Uthi ke yena into abayenzileyo bawenzile umsebenzi wonke abawenzileyo and benza futhi nangokwesigqibo ebebesithathile phaya kanti ke elona lokugqibela lizawuphuma kuyo iCommission le yiyo ezawuthi ithathe isigqibo phezu kwento yonke ethe yondlalwa phambi kwayo.
Let's leave Potchefstroom and come to these proceedings. If I understood the chairman correctly, you were asked in different words whether looking into the future, hoping that I am correctly summarizing the chairman's question to you, were there things that have to be done in the future in order to avoid the catastrophic event? He didn't use the word, it's mine, of what happened in Marikana. Do you recall that question to that effect?
Voorsitter, ek kan onthou dat die voorsitter my gevra het of die polisie nou gaan wag totdat die uitslag van die kommissie eers bekend is voordat ons enige stappe gaan neem.
I remember the commission asking me whether we are going to wait until the outcome of this commission before we start doing anything.
Terme van aspekte wat duidelik moet aangespreek word.
In terms of aspects which must be addressed, yes.
Kumla umbuzo bekuye wabuzwa apha ukuba ke kuyo yonke ke into ethe yathetheka apha ikhona na amanyathelo athathiweyo, ikhona na into eyenziweyo ukuba makubekho izinto ezithile ezizawuthi esele kucacile ukuba kufuneka ziqwalaselwe okanye kubekho uphando ngazo, ikhona na into efaneleyo ethe mhlawumbi yenzeka?
Will submit. Your response was particularly limited. You dealt at some length about better batteries.
Voorsitter, dis nie waar nie.
Chairperson,
dit is verseker nie waar nie.
Definitely not true.
Beke wathetha ngeebattens ezibhetele uthi ayonyani le.
Voorsitter, tydens my getuienis wat gelei was, sal u onthou
during my
advokaat Semenya,
which was led by Advocate Semenya, you remember, Chairperson?
My vraag gevra het en dit het verwys na die video-opnames en toe ek
asked me a question which reference to video recordings.
Met spesifieke besonderhede het ek verwys na die proses en die geld wat ek reeds beskikbaar gestel het.
I referred to specific instances and the amount of money to be spent.
Kwixesha bekuke kwabane kuthetheka ngalo umba kuthetheke nangemali nangezinye izinto ezithe zenzeka, uthi yena le ibithethwa ke ngumhlekazi uBizos ayiyo inyani tu kwaphela, ngoba kude kwakho nemali athe yena kwenza uba mazibe khona ukuze bakwazi ukufezekisa izinto ebekufuneka nazo ziqwalasele okanye zenziwe.
Voorzitter, ek het ook op 'n direkte vraag van u aan my rondom radiokommunikasie.
Also on a direct question from you, Chairperson, about radio communication.
Bekho umbuzo bewubuziwe, umbuzo ophathelene nonxibelelwano ngokweradio.
Voorzitter, ek het verder toe verwys in terme van dat die polisie reeds besig is, ons besef die beperkings van die analoog.
Also made mention, Mr. Chairperson, about the limitations that we have pertaining to the analog system.
Uthi ke yena uye wathetha ngohlobo okanye indlela ekhoyo abanayo yothethathethwano.
Ek het verwys na die geweldige kostes en ek het konservatief verwys na 600 miljoen. Ek het later aan verneem
I referred to the excessive cost. I referred to an amount of 600 million, Mr. Chairperson.
Kuthethiwe ke nangeendleko ebezinokuthi zibekho okanye indleko ezizawuthi zibekho, uthethile nangenani le 600 million.
En dit is per provinsie. Ek het later aan verneem dat dit waarskynlik soveel as 9 biljoen rand kan wees om die hele land van 'n digitale netwerk te voorsien.
I later said that it would cost the whole country something in the region of 9 billion rand to cover the country's needs.
Njengoba bekuthethwa ke ngazo nazo imali indleko ezinokuthi zibekho kungenwe kuzo, uthi ke yena ekugqibeleni ibiyawuba into ethi indleko zingade ziyofikelela ku 900 billion. 9 billion. Sorry.
Enough, not 900
billion. Sorry. Indleko zingade ziyofikelela na ku 9 billion rand elilizwe lilonke.
Voorsitter, ek het ook verwys na die behoefte wat ons het om termiese beeldvorming kameras op elke helikopter van die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens te installeer.
I also mentioned the necessity, the requirement to install thermal image videos to each and every one of the copters.
Ebethethileke nangezinto eziyawuthi kunyanzeleke ukuba mazenziwe zizoba khona kwi-copters.
Voorsitter, ek het verder verwys na die behoefte van addisionele pertinente praktiese opleiding, simulasieopleiding.
I also mentioned pertinently to training, further training, simulation training.
Uthethileke na ngoqeqesho obekuyawuthi kunyanzeleke okanye okuyakuthi kunyanzeleke ukuba nalo lwenziwe.
En die gebruik van gevalle studies in sodanige opleiding.
And the use of case studies in such training, Mr. Chairman.
Nento yokuba ke kuzawuthi kubekho uphando kunyanzeleka ukuba lwenziwe ukuze ukufundiswa okanye ukuqeqeshwa kwabantu abazawuthi babe bathwaliswa oloxanduva lwenzeke ngompumelelo.
Voorsitter, ek het verder ook verwys na die leemtes wat ons het in terme van die academies,
I also
opleidingsterrein wat ons 'n praktiese
made mention, Mr. Chairperson, of the limitations that we have in the academy,
om 'n praktiese omgewing daar te stel wat ons sodanige praktiese opleiding kan doen,
to establish a place where such training would be.
I think he said a practical environment in which practical training could be given. I think that's. I think he's nodding his head. He agrees with my translation.
Correct.
I think practical and academic training.
You are right, Mr. Chairperson.
Wathetha ke ngento yokuba kolu qeqesho apho kuzawuthi xa sekuzawuqeqeshwa abantu ngolu hlobo ebelikhankanyile yena kunyanzeleke ukuba makubekho nokufundiswa ngaphezu kokuqeqeshwa oko okuyakuthi kubenza abantu balungelwe okanye bafaneleke ukuba wonke umsebenzi uxanduva lonke abazathi baluthwaliswe ngokwaloo ngqeqesho bakwazi ukuqhubekeka na.
Voorsitter, ek het ook verwys na die uitvoerende komitee of die executing authority wat daar gestel is om te kyk na die implementering van 'n wye verskeidenheid aspekte, sommige wat ek vermeld het en ander wat nog nie vermeld is nie.
General,
I'm going to ask before Mr. Bezos.
It's got to be interpreted first into English and then into Xhosa. Then you can ask your question that's not meant to be an interruption.
Chairperson, I ask for assistance here. The last part.
It's an executing committee which is apparently going to be involved in dealing with suggestions for the future, some of which have been mentioned already and some of which have not yet been mentioned.
That is correct.
I think that's what he said.
Voorsitter, ek het verder ook verwys na die nasionale mobiele reserve-eenhede wat ons reeds gevestig het in Pretoria.
The national mobile unit which we have already started establishing in Pretoria.
Uthethileke nangecelo okanye i-unit yamapolisa abezawuthi ke asebenze ngemoto okanye ngezinto ezinokuthi zihambe basuke kwindawo baye kwezinye indawo noba kuphi napho kuyawufuneka kumane kuyiwa kuyo.
Voorsitter, ek het verwys na die werkstudie verslag wat ondersoek doen na die uitbreiding van die bestaande 28 eenhede na soveel as 37 eenhede van openbare orde polisieering landwyd.
I also referred, Mr. Chairperson, to the extension that is presently being conducted to
the work study, I think, of dealing with the expansion of
the POP.
I think it was 18 POP units to
21.
I got the numbers right.
From 28
to 37.
28 to 37 units
Mr. Chairman,
countrywide.
with the greatest respect, I didn't ask for a catalogue or what the police are doing about the future. The question was, did they have regard to what is expected from them for, in the terms of reference, whether by act or omission it directly or indirectly caused loss of life or harm to persons or property.
Mr. Bezos, you've dealt with that already. You then said to him that when you asked about the future, you only basically spoke about batteries. And then he then said, no. I didn't. That's not right. And he then gave a long list. I'm
sorry.
I've been looking for. Sorry, can I carry? I've been looking for an opportunity to stop him to say, look, we don't really need you to repeat your evidence. It's enough for you to deal with the suggestion that you dealt with batteries. But I think we've now reached the stage where we now know that he didn't only deal with batteries. But I see it's now.
No, Mr. Chairman, I am 2 or 3 questions to finish with this witness. And what I want to say in response, that I was going to stop him when he told us about the batteries, and I was going to ask him to concentrate whether they acknowledge any act or omission directly or indirectly caused the tragedy, Mr. Chairman.
You were going to ask him that now. You've now mentioned it. Let's see what he says about it.
Yes, because I didn't want to interrupt him of repeating himself with his long catalogue of what they have done in the immediate past. But the question is...
I understand the reason for your forbearance, but you've now phrased the question that you're proposing to ask him. Let's, if he's heard you, let's see if he can answer it.
Voorsitter, ek wil net eers voor ek by die vraag uitkom, ek wil dit op die rekord plaas.
Before coming to that question,
dat ek nog nie met die hele lys gedeel het nie, en advokaat Bezos het pertinent gesê dat met die uitsondering soos hy het gemeld het van die batterye.
I responded to
weer eens sê ek het nie geleentheid gehad nog om die volledige lys op die tafel te sit.
I haven't been able to put the whole list on the table, but this was in response to Mr. Bezos saying it was about the batteries.
Sorry, Mr. Bezos. I understand that, but I think most of the things you've been telling us now, you did tell us before. We also, you will remember that Mr. Semenya said that in due course the police would provide us with a complete list. So I don't know. I don't want to stop you, but I don't think I don't think it's necessary for you to give us the complete list now. You gave us most, if not all, of the stuff before. We're going to get a complete list to Mr. Semenya. But you've been able to refute quite convincingly the suggestion that you'd concentrate on batteries in what you said earlier.
Dankie voorsitter, dan is dit
Thank you, Chairperson.
So. As ek net die vraag weer kan kry.
Did you...
Interpreter has got to interpret, Mr. Bezos.
Le nto ibithethiwe khona ngoku ke ibiyinto ethi ude kwacaca na ukuba uyivile into ubuyibuzwa nguye uMhlekazi Bezos. Ngoku ucaciselwe uMhlekazi Bezos ba eyona nto ithethekileyo nebalulekileyo iphelele phi. Yena uMhlekazi lo ungqinayo uthi ebengekagqibi nokugqiba intetho yakhe.
You said you had 3 questions. Now I think you asked the first one. I'm not sure you just answered it, did he?
Was there... have you or are you prepared to make known any act or omission that occurred before the tragedy? To admit to any act or omission that led to the loss of life on the 16th?
Umbuzo ngoku uthi ubusele utshilo na ukuba wena zikhona indawo emithelina nazivuma ezibe
Exhibit L. I take it you mean that's not dealt with in Exhibit L. Exhibit L tells us what happened, or what the police say happened. It explains how a number of people were shot, died, and so on.
I'm not talking about the historical events in Exhibit L, Mr. Chairman.
No, what I'm saying to you, so your question relates to acts or omissions which are not covered by Exhibit L.
Yes.
Okay. That's
any omission, directly or indirectly, or any act or omission, directly or indirectly, that caused the loss of life on the 16th. Is there any admission that you are prepared to make that the South African police made the following mistake in doing this or not doing that?
Ubuza ukuba ke ngoku uthi Mr. Bezos bendibuzile uba zikhona na izinto othe wazikhankanya okanye waziveza ezibe ziimpazamo okanye izinto enthena silela kuzo zadala umonakalo na. zikhona izinto enithe naziveza na ezibe impazamo kwelenu icala.
The question's been changed, but you may as well answer the change question while you're about it.
Voorzitter, ek is as 'n individu nie bewus van enige handeling of nie handeling deur die Suid-Afrikaanse
As an individual,
pertinent gelei het tot die sterftes
Mr.
op die
Chairperson,
16de nie.
I am not aware of any act or omission on the part of the police which had as a result the injury or the death of the people.
Not prepared to admit
Umhlekazi mna ke ubuku obubam akukho nto mna ndithi ndiyayazi ebe yimpazamo ebe sisiphosiso okanye ebe sisenzo esinxamnye nomthetho esathi senzeka ngakwicala lethu singamapolisa.
He used, you must remember, he altered the question by talking about a mistake which the police service made. So he wasn't just in the broad sense talking about acts and omissions, but he then qualified the question to say, are you aware of any mistake, whether by act or omission, made by the member of the South African Police Service which led to the death? Is that a fair summary?
That is the question, Mr. Chairman.
Buzo uthi ka kufuna nje ukuqondwa ukuba kukho impazamo na isiphosiso nje noxa ingeyonto yangabomu oyaziyo eyathi yenziwa okanye yenzeka ngakwicala lamapolisa na.
Voorzitter, ek het my getuienis verwys met die voordeel van nabetragting.
I refer to, Mr. Chairperson, with the advantage of hindsight.
Dat ek so graag wou 'n gebied daar gestel het, so wat die polisie dan heeltemal sou omring deur Lemmetjiestraat.
I would have loved to have an area there where the police were totally encircled with barbed wire.
Uthi ke yena ngokunokwakhe ebenokuthanda ukuba makatsho ukuba nyani ikhona impazamo sikhona isiphosiso esathi senziwa ngamapolisa ngaphandle kwalento yokuba kwatsalwa ucingo.
En weer eens met die voordeel van nabetragting dat wat
again,
ons
as a result of hindsight, what we now know.
Uthi ngoku ke xa eyicinga yonke lento eyathi yenzeka njengoba sele igqithile nje
dat ons meer gepantserde voertuie sou beskikbaar gehad het.
That we could have had much more armored vehicles.
As dit nou so verwys word as 'n fout wat ons gemaak het,
if that is going to be referred to as a mistake that we made,
dan is dit so, maar op daai stadium het ons geglo dat ons voldoende maatreëls in werking gestel het.
But at that time we were convinced we had taken the right measures.
Uthi into ayiqondayo ke ngoku ukuba bekunokuthi kuyenzeka ukuthi lento ingqondo isenzo esikukwazi ukubuyelwa emva njengoba sekwenzeke yonke into enzekileyo ezinye izinto zikhona aziqondayo ukuba bezinoba zenzeke ngendlela ebinoba bhetele kodwa akatsho yena ukuba ikhona into esisiphosiso ikhona into bebengafanele ukuba bayenzile.
I fear we're going to have to continue with this discussion tomorrow, but
I don't want to forsake my last question.
All right, let's hear your last question.
Yes.
Is this the last question?
Last question. It's actually a comment and give him an opportunity. General, your reluctance to accept any responsibility for what happened on the 16th is an example of not allowing history to teach you that those who do not admit mistakes, generally speaking, are condemned to repeat them.
Uthi ke njengokuba ke ungafuni ukuphendula ke ngolhlobo undithi mina ke kuwe ingxaki yeyokuba ke uza kuphulukana nethuba lokufunda nakwingxelo kwixesha elidlulileyo kwizehlakalo esele zadlula uyawuphulukana naloo nxaxheba yokuba ufumane isifundo njengoba ngoku ungafuni ukuba mawude ube uyayibona into eyaba impazamo okanye eyaba sisiphosiso ethe yenzeka ngakwicala leni.
Do you have any comment in reply to that comment Mr. Bezos made?
Voorsitter, ek het reeds gesê dat kollektief
Chairperson, I've already mentioned
aanvaar die polisie aanspreeklikheid
that collectively the police accept the responsibility
en pertinent in terme van enige handeling wat ek gedoen het.
Pertinently in terms of any action.
Voorsitter, dan verder is ek nie bewus van 'n pertinente
and further, Mr. Chairperson,
die polisie gedoen het.
I am not aware of any pertinent mistake the police made.
Of enige handeling of nie handeling wat gelei het tot die sterftes soos vermeld op die 16de nie.
Of any action or an omission to act which resulted in the deaths on the 16th.
Uthi ke yena uyayiqonda into yokuba ibaba into elungileyo into yoba makavume ukuba sibe khona isiphosiso zibe khona impazamo uthi kodwa ke okwangoku ayikho into yena aza ukuthi uyayivuma ukuba ibe sisiphosiso okanye ibe impazamo.
I'm afraid we're going to have to get you back tomorrow, General. I'm sorry, but there are other people who are going to be cross-examining you, I think. But I'd just like to make one comment before we end today, and that is in the case of, just for you to think about, the case of the role of hindsight. Hindsight, as I see it, can operate at two levels. Hindsight teaches us the things we didn't know before, because, as we know, hindsight is 20/20. But hindsight can be, and one must be careful in judging whether people made mistakes or not, by being influenced too much by hindsight, because obviously if it wasn't foreseeable by the people concerned, and you can't blame them for something that only became apparent afterwards through hindsight. But hindsight can also help us to ask focused questions in relation to what one can call the foreseeability aspect. Because if one knows what was not foreseen, if one knows through hindsight what went wrong but was not foreseen, one is then helped to ask a focused question, namely, should it have been foreseen? Was it reasonable to expect it to be foreseen? But that's one of the questions that we have to think about. I'm not necessarily suggesting that you should give evidence about it, but you know, when one uses the expression Nachbetrachtung or hindsight, one must remember the relevance of it. Firstly, to tell us actually what happened in the light of what we know later, and also to focus questions in relation to what was not foreseen but actually happened, to see whether it was foreseeable. But that's something that we can possibly deal with later. I don't know if you want to say something about that before we adjourn.
Ek neem kennis, voorsitter.
I have noted that, Mr. Chairperson. Thanks.
Hearing, I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
We will now take the adjournment until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
So just 9:30 ngomso.